Chapter 51, The Grounded Ritualistic Magic, Using Magic to Settle an IOU. Is he trying to curse his debtor to death or create counterfeit notes? I might not have a solution to the problem, but I can finish you instead. All sorts of thoughts appeared in Klein's mind as he looked at old Neil with an oddly. He seriously considered the possibility of calling the cops no, of informing the Nighthawks. Old Neil shot a glance at him and said, peeved, I can see ignorance, foolishness, and the weak and shameless disbelief in your eyes. Didn't Dunn tell you the maxim of the mystery priors? Do as you wish, but do no harm. Although this maxim originated from the secret and evil Moses Ascetic Order organization, Beyonders who choose the path of Moses Ascetic Order have proven that it's right through their own experiences. As long as one strictly abides to it and shows the needed fear and reverence, the risk of losing control will be minimized. The contrary has similarly been established. Your suspicion towards me is an insult to mystery priors. Sorry. Klein did not hesitate to apologize. He had indeed forgotten that Dunn Smith had once mentioned the maxim. Old Neil was not truly angry. In a blink of an eye, he chuckled. A pity. Very few Beyonders choose to be seers. There is no corresponding maxim to help you. But I have Emperor Rosel's diaries. Yes, strictly abiding to the maxim has a hint of acting. Klein suddenly came to this thought as he nodded as if in deep thought. Old Neil did not continue. He removed the vases and other items from the rack table and placed them in a corner. Immediately following that, he took out both a crimson red and black candle from the silver chest. He explained, if ordinary people attempt ritualistic magic, they have to follow the results from astromancy or read corresponding manuals. They have to choose suitable dates and times. For example, the day representing the goddess, the period when she rules over the moon. But for us Beyonders, especially Beyonders good in this domain, there's no need for that. Our acute spiritual perception and potent astral projections are key. Of course, if you are not confident about the ritualistic magic you are attempting, it's best to choose a suitable date and time. It can increase the probability of success. Ah, right. This is based on a premise. Remember carefully to abide strictly by the rules. Old Neil placed 2 candles and turned to the side and looked at Klein, saying very solemnly, low sequence Beyonders are not strong enough. Almost all the ritualistic magic they can perform are the seeking of external powers and help. Therefore, you can only consider orthodox divinities like the goddess or the Lord of Storms. Absolutely, absolutely do not attempt to communicate with the unknown or unpredictable existences. Even if people believe in them or the promises recorded are filled with enticements, believe me, don't take any chances. As long as you attempt once, you will go down a slippery slope into the abyss with no return. Any work or resistance will only slow it down with no way to change the trajectory. I'll remember, Klein said in a deep voice. However, he felt a little afraid. My luck enhancement ritual has apparently sought power from an unknown and unpredictable existence. Furthermore, I have gained powers capable of pulling people into the fog that even a senior Beyonder, like the Hanged Man, finds unbelievable. Well, at least I think he is a senior Beyonder. Thankfully, I haven't gone mad or have any signs of losing control. While worrying over this, he proactively changed the subject. So, Nighthawks should seek the help of the goddess. No one will stop you if you pray to the Lord of Storms. However, we are unable to tell from our ritualistic magic whether he replies with malicious intent or not. The outcome will be distorted in unpredictable ways. Old Neil successfully made Klein give up the idea in a joking manner. There was no so-called best, only necessary. After his exhortations, Old Neil picked up a crimson red candle and said, By using candles made of moonflowers and dark red sandalwood, it will represent the goddess's identity as Lady of Crimson in the ritualistic magic. He pointed to the black candles and said, "Candles made of night vanilla and slumber flowers represent the night." As he spoke, he placed the black candle on the top left end of the round table, while the red candle was placed on the top right end. Why do we symbolize the goddess with only 2 candles? She is also the mistress of calm and silence, empress of disaster and horror, and mistress of calm and silence. Old Neil chuckled. "That's right. This is something I wished you asked. Before their fall, the Moses Ascetic Order had a very good relationship with the Church. Their beliefs and results on ritualistic magic have heavily influenced us. They believe that all objects are numeric. Every number has a spirituality, and in ritualistic magic, 0 represents the unknown or chaos. It symbolizes the state of the universe before it was born. 1 represents a beginning, the first creator. 2 represents the world and various divinities that were produced from his body. 3 represents contact between divinities and material objects to create all things. Here, using 2 candles represents the goddess, while the 3rd candle is for you. Which 2 candles and which 2 symbols to have depend on the intended effects, the of ritualistic magic. 3 begets all things. 1. All things stem from 3. Klein could not help but recall certain things from his previous life. Seeing Klein listen attentively, old Neil took a 3rd candle and said, "This is the candle representing me. It's a very ordinary candle, which only has a little bit of mint added. Take note that plants like roses, lemons, mint, moonflower, night vanilla, and slumber flower are beloved and cherished by the goddess. Viewing it from another angle, the 3 candles represent the bodies, spiritualities, and godhood of every person." After finishing the description, old Neil placed the 3rd candle in the middle of the round table. He then took out a bottle of concocted full moon essence oil, a huge cauldron engraved with the dark sacred emblem, a silver knife with gorgeous patterns, a cup of water, and a saucer of coarse salt. To beyonders who are not good at ritualistic magic, there is a need for bells, crystal balls, silver cups, incense, or other supplementary items. However, mystery priors and seers have no need for that. These artifacts are already sufficient. Old Neil placed the fake goatskin parchment with the IOU just below the cauldron and used a special quill to hold down one corner. He turned to Klein and said, "Ritualistic magic needs a clean spiritual environment where you will not be disturbed, and that requires us to create it. The steps are to first enter cogitation. Focus your mind, and with the supplementary items, draw out our strength and construct it around us. For example, Ray Bieber's house had used holy night powder, while I'll be using a ritual silver dagger. Throughout the entire process, we have to go according to the outcome we desire to confirm the symbolism and corresponding incantation. Incantations are best done in Hermes because ancient Hermes stemmed from nature. It's akin to ancient Dragonish and ancient Elvish. The effects are very direct, lacking the necessary concealment and protection. It easily causes the caster to fall into danger. This is also why it has been modified. However, it's more effective. All right, I have to focus on the ritualistic magic. I won't explain things to you any further. Pay attention by watching and listening. Remember any problems and ask me when everything is done." All right. Klein took 2 steps back and trained his eyes on Old Neil. Old Neil's eyes rapidly darkened as invisible wind around him spun. He was silent for a moment, going from left to right, then up to down, using his psyche to cause friction and consecutively light up the 3 candles. Following that, he picked up the silver knife and stabbed it into the coarse salt. Then he chanted in Hermes, I sanctify you, blade of pure silver. I cleanse and purify you, allowing you to serve me in this ritual. In the name of the Evernight Goddess, the Lady of Crimson, you have been sanctified. After a short but powerful syllable, Old Neil drew a silver knife and inserted it into a cup of clear water. Then he raised it and pointed to the space beyond the round table. He aimed the blade tip in the periphery and took a step forward, circling the round table. Every step he took made Klein feel an invisible energy spew out of the silver knife. It was filled with spirituality as it connected with the air, forming a completely sealed wall. After walking one round, the altar was completely isolated from its surroundings. Old Neil stood in front of the round table and put the silver knife down. He picked up the bottle of full moon essence oil and dripped 3 drops on the black, dark red, and ordinary candles. Sizzle! A thin mist emanated as everything seemed to become veiled in mystery. Old Neil put down the glass bottle and looked at the fake goatskin parchment silently for 2 minutes. Then he picked up the quill and drew a mark he controlled, a square that framed all the content, indicating that he was in control of the debt. Following that, he drew another cross, indicating that it was cancelled. Upon reaching this step, he picked up the parchment with one hand and tapped his glabella with the other to activate his spirit vision. Another invisible and exuberant energy bloomed as Old Neil whispered a chant. I pray for the power of the dark night. I pray for the power of the crimson. I pray for the goddess's loving grace. Please provide me with the funds to pay this IOU. Night vanilla, an herb that belongs to the red moon. Please bestow your powers to my incantation. Moonflower, an herb that belongs to the red moon. Please bestow your powers to my incantation. Klein was completely flabbergasted listening from the side. All sorts of thoughts arose in him. Such an incantation can work, although it was recited from written Hermes. Isn't this way too simple and down to earth? Wouldn't the goddess be angry and multiply the debt several-fold? At that moment, the candlelight lit up suddenly. After Old Neil finished his incantation, he closed his eyes for 2 minutes. He picked up the full moon essence oil and dripped 1 drop onto each of the 3 candles. Immediately following that, he grabbed the parchment and pulled it close to the candle representing me. When it ignited, he immediately threw it into the cauldron. Old Neil closed his eyes again as he seemed to sense the burning of the IOU. He opened his eyes after a moment and looked toward the black sacred emblem on the cauldron. The parchment was already completely incinerated. Praise the lady! Old Neil tapped his chest in 4 spots, forming the shape of the crimson moon. Then he extinguished the candles in the opposite order as he lit them. After finishing everything, he used the silver knife to rip apart the invisible wall around him. A huge wind stirred immediately as Old Neil heaved a sigh of relief. It's done. That's it? Klein asked in a daze. Has the IOU been settled? How? I don't know either. Anyways, it will be settled in a reasonable manner, said Old Neil with a smile as he threw up his hands. This... Klein was unsure what expression or words to use as a response. Isn't this a little unreliable? Chapter 52. Spectator. Stop thinking about the bloody IOU. Let's discuss the ritualistic magic. Old Neil put away the candles, cauldron, silver knife, and other items with a relaxed expression. Klein really wanted to shrug his shoulders like the Americans in his previous life, but ultimately could not bring himself to do something that ungentlemanly. He turned his focus toward the ritualistic magic and threw out detailed questions that puzzled him, receiving answers from them. For example, the incantations had a particular format. As long as they were satisfied and the key meaning was expressed in Hermes, the rest could be left to one's creativity. Of course, blasphemy or disrespectful descriptions were absolutely forbidden. The mysticism class lasted until noon, before old Neil coughed twice. "We have to return to Zootland Street." With that said, he grumbled in an indistinct manner. "To get these bloody materials, I missed my beloved breakfast." Klein looked around, both amused and puzzled. "Mr. Neal, do you have a chef or a maidservant in charge of cooking?" A weekly salary of £12 could hire several servants. According to the newspapers, with board and lodging provided, hiring an ordinary chef cost anywhere between 12 to 15 soldi a week. It did not even need £1. A maidservant to do miscellaneous chores was even cheaper. Their weekly salaries ranged between 3 soldi, 6 to 6 soldi. Of course, one could not bear any hope of them having any culinary skills. That's not right. With Mr. Neal's debt of £30, it's only normal he doesn't hire any chefs or servants." "It seems I've asked another question I should not have asked." While Klein regretted his question, old Neal shook his head without minding it. "I often attempt ritualistic magic, research extraordinary items, and read corresponding documents at home. So I don't, nor is it possible that I hire ordinary people as chefs, butlers, or maidservants. I only hire someone to clean up the place regularly. And if they are not ordinary people, do you think they will be willing to do such jobs?" "I seem to have asked a silly question. It's possibly because I will not do anything that involves mysticism at home," explained Klein in a self-deprecating manner. Old Neal had long stood up, wore his round felt hat, and while walking out the door, rambled on. "I seem to smell pan-fried foie gras. Once the IOU is completely settled, I'll definitely have one set. For lunch, I'll definitely eat roasted pork glazed with apple juices. No, that's not enough. I must have a sausage infused with mashed potatoes." "You are making me hungry." Klein swallowed his saliva as he caught up to old Neal and headed for the nearby public carriage stop. After returning to Zootland Street, old Neal suddenly grunted after stepping down the carriage. "What do I see, goddess? What am I seeing?" He was suddenly as nimble as a 17 or 18-year-old lad. He quickly came to the roadside and picked up an item. Klein leaned close out of curiosity and looked carefully. He realized it was a wallet with fine workmanship. Yet, with his lack of experience, he could barely tell if the dark brown wallet was made of buffalo skin or sheepskin, but he noticed a small light blue logo embroidered on the side of the wallet, a white dove spreading its wings as if ready to take off. That was Klein's first impression. The second thing he noticed was the stack of paper notes in the bulging wallet. There were more than 20 gray notes imprinted with black ink, gold pounds. Old Neal opened up the wallet and pulled out the notes. When he looked at it carefully, he immediately chuckled. "Ooh, 10-pound notes, the Honorable Founder and Protector, William Fard. Wow, goddess, there's a total of 30 notes. There's also a few 5-pound notes, 1 pound and 5 soldi notes. More than 300 pounds. That's a huge amount of money in every meaning of the word. I might not even earn that much in 10 years. Klein's breathing turned heavy involuntarily. As the amount of gold pounds was immense, picking up such a wallet was equivalent to picking up a briefcase of banknotes in his previous life. I wonder which gentleman dropped it. He can't be someone ordinary, analyzed Klein calmly. Such a wallet was clearly not a woman's. There's no need to care who he is, said old Neal with a chuckle. It's not like we attempted to divine and take money that doesn't belong to us. We should wait here for a moment. I believe the gentleman will soon be back searching for it. It's not something that can be given up, no matter who it is. Klein heaved a sigh of relief. He had a brand new understanding of old Neal's morals. He was rather worried that he would have used the goddess's bestowment as an excuse and paid off his debt. He was still wondering how to prevent it and persuade him otherwise. Is this do as you wish, but do no harm? Klein suddenly learned something new. The duo did not wait more than a minute by the streets when a luxurious four-wheeled carriage zoomed over. Its side had a light blue logo with a dove spreading its wings. The carriage stopped, and a middle-aged man dressed in a black formal suit with a bow tie of the same color alighted. He looked at the wallet, took off his hat, and said politely, "Sirs, that should be my master's wallet. Your logo is proof of everything, but I need to make additional verifications. This is to be responsible for all parties. Might I ask how much money is there in the wallet?" replied Old Neil politely. The middle-aged man was taken aback as he said in a self-deprecating manner almost immediately, "As a butler, I do not know how much money Master had in his wallet. Sorry. Please permit me to ask." "As you wish." Old Neil gestured for him to do as he pleased. The middle-aged man walked to the carriage's side and through the window, conversed with the person within. He approached Klein and Old Neil again and smiled. "More than 300 pounds, but less than 350 pounds. My master does not remember the exact number." "Does not remember? That's really some filthy rich guy. If I had that much money on me, I would definitely be counting it again and again." Klein was filled with envy. Old Neil nodded and handed the wallet back. "With the goddess as proof, this belongs to you." The middle-aged man took the wallet over and did an estimate before pulling out 3 10-pound notes. "My master is Sir Deweyville. He wishes to commend your morals. This is what an honest person should receive. Please do not reject it." Sir Deweyville, the one who established the Deweyville Trust. The Sir Deweyville who provided cheap rental apartments to the working class. Klein immediately remembered the name. He was a knight that his brother respected, but did not believe was grounded in reality. "Thank you, Sir Deweyville. He is a kind and generous gentleman." Old Neil did not stand on ceremony as he received the 3 notes. After watching Sir Deweyville's carriage depart, he turned to look at Klein when he saw that there was no one around. He flicked the notes and chuckled. 30 pounds, the IOU is settled. I said it will be settled in a reasonable manner. This is the power of magic. Holy F *** king power of magic. That actually works? Klein was once again flabbergasted. A few minutes later, he entered the building's stairwell, and while heading to the security company, he asked puzzledly, "Mr. Neil, why didn't you ask for more money?" Do not be greedy. One must take care not to be greedy when doing ritualistic magic. Temperance is a critical trait needed by every mystery prior if they wish to live long, explained Old Neil happily. In a huge ballroom, candles were burning on a few chandeliers, emitting a fragrance that soothed the minds of people. By the sheer number of candles, they produced a light in no way inferior to that of gas lamps. There were long tables with pan-fried foie gras, grilled steak, roasted chicken, fried tonguefish, daisy oysters, mutton stew, cream soup, and other delicacies. In addition, there were bottles of mist champagne, Ormire grape wine, and Southville red wine. They were all glistening with a tempting glow under the light. Servants in red vests carried trays with crystal cups and shuttled between the gentlemen and ladies dressed both elegantly or gorgeously. Audrey Hall was wearing a collared, high-waisted, pale white dress with engagiantes. Her corset was tightly fitted, while her voluminous layers were puffed up perfectly with a cage crinoline. Her long blonde hair was coiled up in an elegant bun, and the earrings, necklace, and rings she wore sparkled brightly. At her feet were a pair of white dancing shoes that were stitched with roses and diamonds. How many petticoats am I even wearing? 5, 6. Wearing white silk gloves, Audrey caressed her crinoline gently with her right hand. Her left hand was holding a glass of clear champagne. Audrey was nothing like her usual self, usually placing herself center stage of banquets and making her the focus of attention. Instead, she avoided the bustle and quietly stood in the shadows of hanging curtains by the French windows. She took a sip of champagne as she watched the crowd as though she did not belong. Count Wolf's youngest son is chatting with Viscount Conrad's daughter. He likes to move his forearm to reinforce what he says. The bigger the movement of his forearm, the more unbelievable his words. That is something gleaned from experience. He can't stop trying to elevate himself by putting other people down. However, he can't help but feel guilty. It can be seen by the way he talks and his body language. Duchess Stella has repeatedly covered her mouth while laughing with her left hand today. Ah, I see. She is showing off her pure ocean blue sapphire. Her husband, Duke Negan, is discussing the current situation with a few conservative nobles. Since the banquet began, he has searched for Duchess Stella once. They almost never make eye contact. Maybe they aren't as in love as they pretend to be. Baron Larry has made Madame Parnes laugh 7 times. That's very normal, nothing strange about it. But why does she look at her husband with guilty eyes? Oh, they have gone their separate ways. That's not right. The directions they are headed leads to the garden. In the extravagant banquet, Audrey saw many details she never noticed in the past. There was an instant where she nearly believed that she was watching an opera. Everyone is a good opera actor. She sighed silently as her eyes remained limpid. At that moment, she suddenly sensed something and turned her head. She cast her gaze onto a dark corner in the large balcony outside. Aye, in the shadows was a huge golden retriever sitting there silently. She was looking inside at Audrey while half her body was hidden in the darkness. Susie. The corners of Audrey's mouth twitched as her expression instantly changed. She could no longer maintain her state as a spectator. Chapter 53. Listener. An ancient 3-masted sailboat was navigating through a tumultuous storm in the sea. It was not fast, and its displacement was lacking. With the weather and the sea looking like a cataclysmic scene, the sailboat was like a withered leaf separated from its tree. However, regardless of how the typhoons rampaged or how terrifying the waves were, it continued sailing peacefully without any signs of tilting. Alger Wilson stood on the empty deck as he looked at the massive waves that resembled mountains. His thoughts were a mystery. "It's going to be Monday again," he muttered silently to himself. It was the day belonging to Mother Earth, the beginning of a series of waxing and waning. However, it meant something different to Alger. It belonged to a mysterious existence forever enveloped in grayish-white fog. At least I haven't been reduced to a madman. He stopped looking around as he gave a self-deprecating chuckle. At this moment, one of the only few sailors he had leaned over and asked reverently, "Your Grace, where are we setting course for this time?" Alger surveyed his surroundings and said in calm voice, "Pursue the listener from the Aurora Order." The storm subsided as mist emanated. On a strange sailboat with cannons on board, an 8 or 9-year-old boy with soft yellow hair was looking at pirates around him in fear. They were disorderly. Some enjoyed barrels of beer, some swung around with ropes, others mocked each other, and some even fought with their fists. He turned to look at a black-robed man standing in the shadows. He suppressed his voice and asked, "Father, where are we going?" 5 days ago was his first time seeing his father, a father who proclaimed to be an adventurer. If not for the oil painting his late mother left him that confirmed his father's identity, and the fact that the orphanage had opened its doors to him, he was absolutely unwilling to leave his hometown and follow his only kin, who was also nearly a stranger. The man in the shadows lowered his head and looked at his son. With an amiable expression, he answered, "Jack, I'm bringing you to a holy place, a holy residence where the Creator once lived." "Is that the kingdom of God? We mortals can only enter by winning his grace." Jack had been well educated by his mother and knew this much. He was both surprised and fearful about the matter. Standing in the shadows, the man had an unforgettable jawline, as though he was a sculpture chiseled by the best artisan. He placed his hand to his ear and made a listening pose. He replied in a tone that sounded like sleep-talking. "Jack, mortals are a wrong concept. The Creator created this world, and he is everywhere. He exists in every living being. Therefore, all beings have godhood. Once the godhood attains a particular level, they can become an angel. The 7 fake gods at present are only powerful angels. Look, I can now hear the teachings of the Creator. Ah, how extraordinary is this revelation! Life is only a tour of the spirit. When the spirit is sufficiently potent and resilient, we can find our godhood and fuse with even more godhoods." Jack could not understand the complicated description. He shook his head and asked another question he previously did not have the chance to. "Father, I heard from Mother, then, after the Creator created this world, he split into all beings and does not exist in actuality. Then, why does his holy residence exist?" As a 7 to 8-year-old child, he was logical. The man with the chiseled face was taken aback. He turned his head away as though he was listening to more murmurings. Suddenly he slumped down, knees on the deck. His exposed skin protruded black shards. He clenched his head with both hands as his expression warped, and he shouted in extreme pain, "They are lying!" After lunch, having had old Neil promise him that he would bring him to the underground market the next time he went, Klein slowly returned to the Blackthorn Security Company. He chose the 2 options of reading the documents in the staff office and practicing his abilities, or take the opportunity to go out and act as a seer in the divination club before Captain Dunn stopped him. However, before he could make the decision, he saw Dunn Smith walk in. He was dressed in the usual black windbreaker and halved top hat. "Captain, any updates?" Klein thought of the whereabouts of the Antigonus family's notebook as he asked with concern. Without showing any signs of fatigue in his gray eyes, Dunn said, "The facts have corroborated that the Antigonus family's notebook is in Ray Bieber's hands. However, he has vanished completely. I have already informed the various Nighthawk teams of this matter through a telegram. They were requested to pay attention to the various piers and steam locomotive stations. The first batch of printed portraits was mailed out yesterday afternoon and will be printed in various major newspapers. How nice it would be if there were phones, fax machines, surveillance cameras, and big data. What a pity. I know how to use all of them and even understand a little of the logic behind it." Klein exhaled silently. "But regardless, we can consider ourselves as having found the notebook, and this is all thanks to you. Of course, it still needs another round of confirmations. I have already sent a telegram to the Backlund Diocese, requesting them to escort sealed artifact 2049 here. It was once a dangerous item of the Antigonus family. It can help us know if Ray Bieber is a descendant of the Antigonus family. A Grade 2 sealed artifact. Dangerous. They can be used with care and moderation. Klein had originally wanted to ask about the sealed artifact, its special abilities, and the danger it posed out of curiosity. But he instantly recalled that he lacked the necessary clearance. He had no choice but to give up. May Goddess bless us. Klein tapped 4 spots on his chest, forming the sign of the full moon. Dunn pushed open the door to his office and said with a slight nod, The goddess has always been protecting us. Klein, if you had not chosen Seer, you would be a formal member after this matter is verified. You could have chosen Sleepless, but pity. To be frank, I'm still puzzled over your choice. Although Corpse Collector is quite off-putting, you have seen Daily as well. You should know that spirit mediums vary in strength. As for Mystery Priors, they're a good choice too. At the very least, you have Old Neil as a role model, so he will make sure the risk of losing control is minimized. With regards to this question, Klein had prepared an answer from the beginning. He just never had a chance to use it since Dunn did not ask. He was only able to answer in passing. He organized his words and said, "My considerations stem from the fact that Seers and Mystery Priors are considered Beyonders with a support role. They do not need to always face enemies, for that's too dangerous. And both you and Old Neil said that in the domain of mystery and Beyonders, curiosity and experimentation usually brings about terrifying outcomes. Describing Mystery Priors as prying mysteries made me worried, so... as you know, I was only an ordinary graduate not long ago. A lack of guts is the only reason I made such a choice. I have to say that this is a very reasonable answer that goes beyond my expectations." Dunn massaged his temples and chuckled. He turned halfway as his gray eyes sized up Klein. "Continue going out for now. Do not limit yourself to the paths leading from Welch's place to Iron Cross Street. Perhaps you might sense the notebook and help us confirm Ray Bieber's location." "All right." Klein realized that he no longer needed to be in a dilemma. He bade Dunn farewell and turned around, his heart beginning to count. 3, 2... "Hold on!" shouted Dunn. Klein turned his head and smiled. "Captain, is there anything else?" Dunn coughed slightly and said, "Well, support Beyonders have to fight their enemies from time to time. Although Seers sound like they can avoid such battles, they are not to be ignored. You have to maintain your shooting skills and work on increasing your strength." "This is what I'm working hard towards," Klein pointed outside. "I'll be leaving." "All right, wait a moment," Dunn shouted for him once more. As he pondered, he said, "Perhaps I have to consider hiring a combat trainer for you. Of course, this matter is under the premise that you become a formal member." Klein responded tersely before asking carefully, "Captain, is there anything else?" "No." Seeing Klein's unbelieving eyes, Dunn shook his head and smiled. He emphasized again, "Really, nothing." Only then did Klein walk past the partition divider. He bade farewell to Roseanne and Mrs. Oriana and headed to the shooting club for practice. With all of this done, he went to the divination club and saw the beautiful Angelica standing there reading newspapers leisurely. "Home," Klein silently read. With the cane in hand, he walked over and greeted with a smile. "Good afternoon, Madam Angelica." "Good afternoon, Mr. Moretti." In no rush, Angelica put down her magazine. She stood up and said, "Not long after you left yesterday, Mr. Glasses came. He just recovered from a major illness." Klein heaved a sigh of relief as he smiled. "That sure is something worth celebrating." Upon hearing this, Angelica, who was secretly observing him, lowered her voice and asked out of curiosity, "Mr. Glasses said that you are a very, very, very magical doctor. Are you?" "What?" Klein looked at the lady in front of him, suspecting if he was hearing things. "What made him think I'm a doctor?" "Even I do not know." Chapter 54. The First Divination Requester. Upon seeing Klein's odd expression, Angelica immediately felt her beliefs waver. "Is that so? Mr. Glacis mentioned that you were able to tell of an ailment in his lungs simply from observation." Her voice softened until she finally shut up. "Observation? A dark glabella? Klein was instantly enlightened as he shook his head with a chortle. I believe Mr. Glasses was mistaken. He was planning on being perfunctory, but after recalling that no one sought his divination services the entire afternoon yesterday, his mind whirled. It affected his goal of acting as a seer, so he explained, it's actually a form of divination. Divination? But Mr. Glasses only mentioned that you observed his face. That's also considered divination? Asked Angelica in shock and doubt. Oh, Klein smiled, composed. As a member of the Divination Club, you should know about palm reading, right? Palm reading was not patented by the foodaholic empire. Even on Earth, India and old Europe had developed similar principles, much less in a world with beyonder powers. I know about it, but it seems you did not read his palm. Were you observing him in secret? Asked Angelica curiously. I was using face reading. Klein cooked up a lie. Its principles aren't very different from palm reading at a fundamental level. Really? Angelica's eyes were filled with disbelief. In order to develop his career as a seer, Klein chuckled. He pretended to be in thought as he tapped his glabella twice. He focused his eyes, and Angelica's aura presented itself. Her head was purple, her limbs were red, her throat was blue. There was no problems with her health except for some colors being duller. However, that was a manifestation of ordinary fatigue. Klein then looked at her emotions. She saw orange mixed in with some red and blue. It also meant warmth coupled with some excitement and thought. Thankfully, after realizing that there was nothing abnormal about her, Klein planned on deactivating his spirit vision. But it was at that moment when he suddenly saw rich darkness hidden in the depths of her emotional colors. Furthermore, she is lacking a little of white, an eagerness to improve. Klein nodded while in thought. Mr. Moretti, were you reading my face? Seeing the young gentleman in black in front of her turn silent abruptly while seriously sizing her up, Angelica keenly noticed something. She asked in a half-curious and half-worried manner. Klein did not immediately reply. Instead, he tapped his glabella lightly as he wore a look of scrutiny. Just as Angelica was feeling unease, he said warmly, Madam Angelica, there are some sorrows and pains which you should not seal in your heart. Angelica's eyes widened as her mouth turned agape. However, she did not say a word. She looked at Klein in his halved top hat, with an apparent scholarly bearing. He heard him use a deep, comforting, and warm voice to say, You need to either go mountain climbing, a game of tennis, or perform a tragic play to exhaust your body due to exercising. Let your tears flow down uninhibited, then cry and scream, express all those emotions. That will be very helpful to your health. The moment those words entered her ears, Angelica felt like she had transformed into a statue. She stood there, motionless. She tried hard to blink as she lowered her head in a fluster, saying deeply, Thank you for your suggestion. It seems like there are many members here today. Klein did not continue. As though he had not done any divinations prior, he turned to his side and looked to the meeting room at the end of the corridor. Sunday afternoon, at least 50 members. Angelica's voice sounded a little hoarse. She only mentioned the key terms. She paused as her vocal pace gradually returned to normal. Do you want tea or coffee? Cyber black tea. Klein nodded slightly. He politely took off his hat and slowly walked to the meeting room. Only when he vanished behind the door did Angelica exhale slowly. The Divination Club's meeting room was very large. It was nearly twice the size of Klein's high school classroom. In the past, only 5 or 6 members would be present, making it look extremely empty. Now there were dozens of fortune-tellers sitting in different spots. They filled up most of the room. Sunlight shone into the room through the few oriel windows. The members were either discussing softly among themselves or asking Hanas Vincent questions. Otherwise, they were practicing and attempting divination or drinking coffee and reading newspapers by themselves. Such a scene made Klein feel like he was back to his schooling days on Earth. The difference was that it was noisier and more rowdy back then, without the tranquility of the meeting room. He looked around, but he didn't see familiar faces like Glacis or Edward Steve. So he casually picked up a divination textbook, found a corner, and started flipping through it for leisurely. Very soon, Angelica came in with a cup of tea and left it on the table before Klein. As she was leaving quietly, she suddenly saw Mr. Moretti take out an exquisite-looking silver chain from his left sleeve. There was a chunk of pure topaz hanging on the silver chain. What is he doing? Angelica slowed down subconsciously and focused her gaze at Klein. Klein held the silver chain with his left hand and allowed the topaz to hang above the cyber black tea, just short of touching the surface of the liquid. With a serene expression, he half closed his eyes, and the atmosphere around him suddenly turned quiet. The topaz started moving slightly along with the special-looking silver chain in a clockwise direction. Upon seeing this, Angelica found Mr. Moretti extremely mysterious. "The black tea you provide is great," Klein said softly after he opened his eyes with a smile. His actions were intentionally done for Angelica to see. If he wanted people to select him for his divination services, Angelica's recommendation was a very crucial factor. Since he wanted to act as a seer, Klein no longer had any reservations. He completely personified the identity. "Yes, Mr. Varnus is very picky about the quality of tea," Angelica said, stunned. Klein put away his spirit pendulum by winding it properly. Then he raised the white porcelain cup with floral design. With a smile, he gestured politely at her with his cup. Angelica returned to the reception hall, but she no longer had the mood to read magazines. She sat there, gazing into the distance. It was a wonder what she was thinking about. This continued until there were knocks on the door. She jolted awake and hurriedly looked at the entrance, only to see a lady dressed in a light blue dress. The lady took off her veiled hat with a powder blue ribbon. She looked calm and melancholic. "Good afternoon, esteemed lady. Would you like to join the divination club, or are you looking for a divination?" Angelica asked like clockwork. "I want a divination." The lady had a beautiful pair of eyes hidden with sorrow, and she bit her lower lip as she spoke. Angelica guided her to the sofa and explained to her how the divination club worked in detail. She picked up an album and handed it over. "You can pick anyone." In her low spirits, the lady flipped through the album seriously. As there were too many club members there that day, there were too many choices. It left her quite upset. "Can you recommend one? From these few pages." She pointed at the middle section of the album, omitting the fortune tellers priced above 2 soldi and those below 4 pence. Angelica took the album and looked at it for a few minutes. She deliberated her words before saying, "I suggest this gentleman." The lady, who looked uneasy, took a glance and realized that it was a fortune teller named Klein Moretti. "Mr. Moretti just joined the club. Is his divination reliable?" she asked worriedly. Angelica nodded with great affirmation. "Another member of the club and I are certain that Mr. Moretti is an outstanding fortune teller. If it wasn't for his just joining the club, he wouldn't take such low fees." "I understand." The depressed girl nodded. "I'll pick Mr. Moretti for a divination, then." "All right, please hold on for a second." Angelica took the album and walked towards the meeting room. She came next to Klein and said with a suppressed voice, "Mr. Moretti, someone wants you to divine for them. Which room would you like to use? That was effective. My first business is here. Klein put down his teacup and nodded calmly as he said, Topaz room. All right. Angelica walked slowly ahead of him and led him to Topaz room before opening its wooden door. Klein sat behind the table that had various divination tools on it. He waited less than a minute before he saw a woman in a light blue dress walk in. She looked down and melancholic. Seizing the opportunity when she was closing the door, he tapped his glabella twice. The yellow color in her stomach seems a little dull. The dark color of her emotions is very heavy, mainly worry and anxiety. Klein looked her over carefully and leaned backwards. He then lifted his hand to cut off his spiritual vision. Good day, Mr. Moretti. The woman in the light blue dress sat down. Good afternoon. How may I address you? Klein asked politely, not carrying much hope of getting an answer. As a keyboard warrior, he knew that many people were not willing to use their real names during divination. You can call me Anna. The girl put her veiled cap aside. She looked at Klein with mixed anticipation and doubt and said, I would like to divine about my fiancé's situation. He traveled to the southern continent in March for a business deal. He sent me and his family a telegram last month, on the 3rd, saying that he was going to set sail and return. But he did not return after 20 days. At first, I believed that his delay was due to the berserk ocean's weather, but as of today, it has been more than a month. The ship he took, the Alfalfa, still hasn't arrived at Enmet Harbor. The ocean that separated the northern and southern continent was called the Berserk Ocean. It was well known for natural calamities and its countless dangerous currents. If it was not for Emperor Roselle, who sent men to discover a few safer sailing routes, countries in the northern continent would still have yet to enter the age of colonization, let alone lay an underwater cable to complete a transoceanic telegraph. Klein looked at his very first client of his career as a seer and asked carefully, Which divination method do you wish to use? Chapter 55, Revelation. Anna, with her beautiful eyes, hesitated for more than 10 seconds. You can choose any type that you believe will be accurate. You are the fortune teller, while I'm not. Of course, apart from cards, including tarot, I have also attempted studying them at home. I always felt they were more like toys or a game. Klein thought for a moment, his wrists leaning on the edge of the table. He steepled his hands before his face, his gaze peaceful. He said softly, Then we shall use the astrolabe. He pointed to a fountain pen and stack of white paper on the table and said, Write down the name of your fiancé as well as his facial features, address, and date of birth. It would be even better if you can remember the specific time he was born. From her clothes, makeup, and demeanor, Klein did not believe that she was illiterate. Anna did not reply. She extended her hand and took a piece of paper. She lifted the pen and dipped it in some ink. She started writing, pausing occasionally to think. 2 minutes later, she pushed the paper toward Klein. Klein received it and turned it around. The information on the paper read, Joyce Meyer, the 15th of September, 1323, 2 p.m. Tingen City, East Borough, 8 Stevens Street. Short blonde hair. Aquiline nose. With just a short glance, Klein quickly calculated the person's spiritual number. 1 plus 5 equals 6. In the study of spirit numerology and mysticism, adding the numbers of the day the person was born was called their birthday path number, affecting the person's life before 27. Birth month path number, calculated by adding the numbers in their birth month, affected their life from 27 to 54 years old, while the birth year path number, calculating the numbers in their birth year, affected their life from 54 years old onward. It was July 1349, so Joyce was not yet 27. Thus, Klein immediately calculated the birthday path number. The number 6 represented a balanced and harmonious life, with a heart for giving and a decent marriage or engagement. Following this, he quickly calculated Joyce's year path number. The so-called year path number was calculated by replacing the birth year with the current year. The digits were then added with his birthday path number and birth month path number to get a general understanding of the person's luck for the year. 1 plus 3 plus 4 plus 9 equals 17. 1 plus 7 equals 8. 8 plus 9. Birth month path number plus 6. Birthday path number equals 23. 2 plus 3 equals 5. His year path number is 5, signifying that he would meet with change and accident. He would be required to take certain risks. Klein made a silent judgment after consolidating the facts. He confirmed that the information Anna gave was correct. He retracted his gaze from the paper and turned it toward Anna. Mr. Meyer set off on his journey on the 3rd of June. If he did not lie, that is indeed the case. Anna bit her lips. All right. Klein took the fountain pen and made a note of that. He looked at Anna with his dark brown eyes and said gently, I will begin creating the astrolabe now. I will need some time and absolute silence. Do you mind waiting outside? Angelica will provide you with a cup of tea or coffee. All right. Anna knew that some fortune tellers had their eccentricities, so she stood up, unsurprised. She took her hat with the light blue ribbon and left the topaz room. Klein locked the door and returned to the table. He followed the information and set up the astrolabe, including elements such as his horoscope and locations of the corresponding planets and stars. Throughout the entire process, he did not open the astromancy manual. He completed the setup based on his memory. Over the past few days of his mysticism studies, Klein realized that he could easily grasp and understand anything about divination, quickly turning it into instinct. Perhaps that is the ability of a seer. He completed the astrolabe and felt satisfied. He felt as though his body, heart, and soul had relaxed considerably. As he looked at the outcome, he followed the path of the horoscopes and the planets, as well as other supporting details, to roughly deduce that Joyce Meyer had met with an accident, but would ultimately survive it. At this point, the divination was technically complete, but Klein wanted to pay much attention to his first business transaction. He hoped to build a reputation to aid in acquiring future jobs. He picked up the pen and wrote a sentence in Hermes, Joyce Meyer's current situation. He read the sentence silently and memorized the information on the piece of paper, repeating it again and again. After 7 times, Klein grabbed the piece of paper and leaned back into his chair. He imagined the sphere of light, and his eyes became darker, allowing him to quickly enter a state of cogitation. The surroundings took on an ethereal quality. A formless, boundless fog stretched above him. Klein recalled the contents of the piece of paper, then relaxed. He fell into a deep sleep in this state. He was using a dream divination technique, repeating the question, remembering the details, and then allowing his astral projection to roam the spirit world in a dream would allow him to gain revelations. Ordinary people also had this sort of experience sometimes, but it was hard for them to recall, as the signs in their dreams were more complicated and garbled. A seer would not have such a problem, for they could see the images directly. The surroundings began to turn hazy as Klein turned half asleep. In the contorted fantasy, he saw a blond young man with an aquiline nose. He was swimming frantically in a sea of blood, nearly engulfed by the waves. But in the end, he managed to escape to shore. The image shattered and changed. Klein saw a blue house with a toy windmill at the door. That blond young man was entering the house slowly, seemingly in joy. At this moment, the image changed once again. Klein realized that he was inside a magnificent palace. The walls were destroyed and damaged beyond repair. Moss and weeds grew in multiple areas. Through the holes in the walls he could see a mountain peak and clouds clinging close to it outside. Atop the palace was a huge throne carved out of stone. It was adorned with dull gemstones and gold. It looked as though it was not prepared for a human. This giant throne was empty and mottled, as if it had been washed over by the ages. Klein looked around in confusion. He did not understand why he would be dreaming of such a scene. His turbid mind turned sharp as he subconsciously walked out of the palace in an attempt to ascertain where he was. Suddenly he felt a gaze fall upon him. It was a gaze that came from behind. Klein suddenly turned around and stared towards the giant stone throne, only to see a scene of countless transparent maggots slowly twitching and growing. Klein gasped. He opened his eyes and woke up from his dream. Crystal balls, tarot cards, and the prepared astrolabe entered his vision. Reality quickly replaced fantasy. The initial dream was the result of the divination, but what was the later dream about? It seemed to be targeted at me? Klein put the piece of paper down. He rubbed his temples and contemplated. He could confirm that it wasn't his fear projecting itself in the form of a dream, for he was doing the divination himself. A palace not meant for humans on the peak of a mountain, the silent stare, the contorted and weird scene of the maggots, Klein silently guessed as he recalled. Has the luck enhancement ritual communicated with that existence? Or is it a result of the Antigonus family's notebook? Right, that notebook mentioned the nation of the Evernight in the Hornicis mountain range. The palace in the dream was on a mountain peak. He made a simple deduction and was relieved that he had picked Seer. According to old Neil, mystery priors could also divine through dreams, but they weren't as effective as a seer. Sigh, it sure isn't letting me go. All I can hope for is the early capture of Ray Bieber. Klein collected himself and picked up the piece of paper with the diagram of the astrolabe. He slowly walked towards the door. He opened the door and headed to the reception area. He saw Anna looking out the window, completely ignoring her cup of black tea. "Ah, Mr. Moretti, is there a result?" She saw Klein in her peripheral vision and stood up in a hurry. Klein did not answer her immediately. Instead, he asked according to the revelation he received from the dream, "Does your house, or Mr. Meyer's house, have a toy windmill?" Anna's eyes widened, shocked into silence. After a while, she muttered, "That was a present he gave me. It is by the door at my house. How did you know that? See, can this be divined?" Klein smiled and spoke with a gentle tone. "Congratulations, Miss Anna. Mr. Joyce Meyer is currently a guest at your place. If you rush back, you should still be able to meet him. He just experienced a calamity, an unimaginably painful journey. What he needs now are not questions, but consolation and a warm hug." "Really?" Anna asked in disbelief. The fortune-tellers she knew would never speak with such certainty or give such firm conclusions. "You will know if you go back immediately," Klein replied with a gentle tone and smile. "Oh, Lord of Steam, is that true? Has my poor Joyce returned? Are you certain?" "No, I cannot believe it." Anna froze for a moment and said a few delirious words. She took out a once-solely note from her purse and did not wait for Klein to give her the change. She broke into a small jog as she left the divination club, taking a carriage back home. "Does this include my tip?" Klein looked at the note and shook his head with a laugh. A two-wheeled carriage steered quickly across the streets and entered East Borough. Anna watched the streets sweeping past her, feeling a mixture of unease, anticipation, and fear. It did not take long before the toy windmill entered her field of vision. She got off the carriage, showing no care for her bearing. She staggered quickly towards the door and rang the doorbell. The door creaked open, revealing a blond young man dressed in a black formal suit. He was haggard, but his eyes carried a glint of joy. He had an aquiline nose. "I thought that I would miss you today," Joyce said with a smile. "Oh, exalted steam, you really are back." Anna rubbed her eyes, exclaiming in pleasant surprise. What the fortune teller said was true. No, that was a real seer. It was simply fascinating. Thoughts welled in her mind as Anna pounced forward with tears in her eyes and gave her fiancé a warm hug. The two of them hugged silently outside the grayish-blue house. The toy windmill turned slowly, seemingly tossing all their difficulties far away. Chapter 56, Escape from the Sea. In a rather spacious living room, Anna and Joyce were seated on different sofas, separated by Anna's parents. Joyce sighed with a satisfied expression and said, "Exalted steam, I am so lucky to come back alive, to be able to see Anna again." "My poor Joyce, what happened?" Anna couldn't help but ask with concern. Joyce took a glance at his fiancée, and his expression turned grave. "I still feel terrified to this day. I keep waking up from my dreams again and again. 5 days after the Alfalfa left Caesar Pier, we came across pirates, scary pirates. The only fortunate thing was that their leader's name was Nast." "The pirate that calls himself the King of the 5 Seas?" Anna's father, Mr. Wayne, asked in shock. Although Joyce had already been there for half an hour, he did not volunteer details about his ordeal. He appeared to be fearful, perturbed, and uneasy. It was only after Anna returned and hugged him that he finally appeared to put it behind him. Yes, due to his declaration of being a descendant of the Solomon Empire, the king of the 5 seas, Nast didn't believe in killing captives. Hence, we were only robbed and didn't lose our lives. His subordinates even left us sufficient food, Joyce said as he recalled the ordeal. His body started to quiver, but he continued to describe his deepest and scariest nightmare. "I didn't lose much of my wealth. I believed that my misfortune was over. But as we continued towards our destination, a heated conflict erupted among the Alfalfa's passengers and crew. From disagreement to fighting to drawing revolvers and raising swords to kill each other. I saw nothing but blood during that period. One after another, people beside me fell with eyes opened, never to be closed. Their limbs, hearts, and intestines were scattered across the floors. Those of us who were unwilling to turn into savage beasts, the rational group, had nowhere to hide and nowhere to escape. We were surrounded by deep blue waves and the boundless ocean. Some wailed, some begged for mercy, some sold their bodies, but their heads were hung from the mast either way. Anna, I reeled in despair back then. I thought I would never see you again. Fortunately, in such a nightmare, there was still a hero. The captain took us to hide in the sturdy keel of the ship, and we relied on the stored water and food there until the maniacs reached their limits. Mr. Triss encouraged us, courageously leading us in an assault against those murderers. After an unforgettable bloody battle, we survived, but the Alfalfa strayed off course, and only a third of the original sailors remained. When he depicted the most horrible and darkest side of the human psyche, Joyce couldn't help but recall the hero, the man that called himself Triss. He had a round and amiable face. He was shy like a girl and enjoyed staying in a corner. Only people whom he was familiar with knew that he was a very good conversationalist. But it was such an unremarkable boy who stood in front of everyone with determination in the worst of days. Oh, exalted steam, my poor Joyce, you went through such a heartbreaking ordeal. Thank God, praise be to God, he prevented us from eternal separation. Tears welled up in Anna's eyes as she constantly dotted 3 points to form a triangle, the sacred emblem for steam and machinery. Joyce revealed a faint, pale smile. This is the reward for our faith. The Alfalfa then went through storms, lost its course, and after surmounting one challenge after another, arrived at Enmit Harbor. Due to the bloodbath that had taken place on the boat, those of us that survived were held captive by the police and questioned separately. We didn't have a chance to send telegrams home to update our loved ones. When they released us this morning, I immediately borrowed some money from my friend and took the steam locomotive back. Thank God for letting me set foot on the land of Tingen again, allowing me to see all of you again. Then he looked towards his fiancée in confusion. Anna, when you saw me, I could feel your happiness and surprise, but I couldn't understand why you rushed towards the door so excitedly right after you got off the carriage. I had planned on giving you a huge surprise. Anna thought about what had happened earlier and continued in disbelief. There's nothing to hide, Joyce. As I was worried about you, I went to the only divination club in Tingen City today for a divination. That fortune teller, no, the seer told me, he said, your fiancé has returned. He's in the house with a windmill. What? The Wayne couple and Joyce exclaimed simultaneously. Anna covered her face and shook her head. I can barely believe it either, but it happened. Exalted steam. Perhaps there really are miracles in this world. Joyce, that seer asked me for your name, characteristics, address, and birth date. He told me he was going to do an astrolabe divination. Then he asked me if the house with a toy windmill was yours or mine. When I confirmed it was mine, he said, "Congratulations, Miss Anna. Mr. Joyce Meyer is currently a guest at your place. What he needs now are not questions, but consolation and a warm hug." God, Joyce found it unbelievable and incomprehensible. Does he know me? Did someone send him a telegram? Could it be that he is familiar with the police in Enmit Harbor? No, that doesn't explain it. How did he know that I came to your place? How could he possibly know that you would seek a divination? Did you make an appointment? No, I made a selection at the last minute, Anna replied with a vacant-looking expression. Perhaps a good seer needs to be in control of vast amounts of information, even if it cannot be used anytime soon. Perhaps that is the fascinating aspect of divination. Anna's father, Mr. Wayne, sighed and concluded, in the known history of more than 1,000 years and in the uncertain fourth epoch, divination has existed and has yet to disappear. I think there must be a reason for that. Joyce shook his head lightly and asked, What's that seer's name? Anna thought and said, Klein Moretti. In the reception lobby of the Divination Club. As Klein had spoken softly, Angelica knew not to go close. Therefore, she only saw Anna leave as though she had lost her soul, wearing shock and confusion on her face. Angelica briskly walked to the sofa and asked out of curiosity, was the result good? She did not dare ask the actual result, afraid of violating the unspoken rule of fortune-tellers. Yeah, Klein nodded and took out 3 copper coins from his pocket. 1/8 of 1 soli is 1.5 pennies, right? Yes. Angelica looked at the copper coins and realized that one of them was a penny and 2 of them were halfpence. She quickly held it out and said, There's an additional halfpence. Klein smiled faintly and said, Thank you for taking care of my customer. She gave me a tip, so it's only right I give you one. She's also to thank you for recommending me, he added in his heart. All right. Angelica felt an unknown fear of Klein, but since the reason was appropriate, she didn't refuse the offer. Klein returned to the meeting room, believing that there would be more people requesting his divinations. However, he did not receive a second customer by 40 minutes past 5. It wasn't because the Divination Club's business was poor, but because most people had already chosen a fortune teller. They likely were recommended by others and had long determined whose services to hire. In short, I'm still lacking in reputation. Klein laughed at himself for using game terminology. He finished his third cup of Seabay black tea, grabbed his top hat and silver-edged walking stick, and walked leisurely out of the meeting room. Angelica suddenly recalled Glass's instructions, and she quickly moved to intercept him. "Mr. Moretti, when will you next visit the club? Mr. Glasses would like to thank you in person." "I will come over whenever I'm free. If fate permits us, he will definitely meet me," Klein replied, using the tone of a psychic charlatan, as though he was in character. Then he left the club before Angelica could respond and took the public carriage home. When he stepped through the door, Klein found Benson reading the newspaper and Melissa putting together bits and pieces of gears, bearings, and springs in the evening sunlight. "Good afternoon. Did Mrs. Shaw visit?" Klein asked casually. Benson didn't put down his newspaper. Instead, he lifted his head. Mrs. Shaw's visit lasted 15 minutes. She brought some gifts, and she was very happy with the muffins and lemon cake that we prepared. She also invited us over whenever we have the chance to. She is a friendly, well-mannered lady. She knows how to carry a conversation very well, too. The only problem is their belief in the Lord of Storms. They believe that girls shouldn't go to school but should be homeschooled instead, Melissa complained. It was obvious that she was very upset about it. "Don't mind that. As long as she doesn't disturb us, she will still be a good neighbor," Klein comforted his sister, smiling. The Lowen Kingdom was a multi-religious nation, unlike the Frozak Empire in the north, which only believed in the god of combat, or the Fina Potter Kingdom in the south, which only worshipped Mother Earth. It was inevitable that the congregations from the three major churches of the Lord of Storms, the Evernight Goddess, and the God of Steam and Machinery had conflicts in beliefs and customs. After 1,000 years of this, they restrained each other, making coexistence possible. "Okay." Melissa pursed her lips and redirected her focus onto the pile of pots again. After dinner, Klein continued revising history. Only when Melissa and Benson showered and returned to their rooms did he wash up, enter his bedroom, and lock his door. He needed to organize and summarize what he had learned and the problems that he encountered to prevent himself from forgetting or missing out any critical points. Only by doing so would he be able to respond to subsequent developments in the future with a clear train of thought. Klein flipped open his notebook, took out his pen, and started writing in Mandarin. Why is the key to digesting potions acting? Chapter 57. Organization and Summary. After pausing for a moment, Klein continued writing. The essence to resolving the problems with potions is through digestion, not simply controlling it. This can be understood in a straightforward manner. Merely controlling it would be akin to using the power of potions as an external tool. A tamed beast, no matter how well controlled, would ultimately not be a part of a person. The risk of it turning on them would be ever present. As for digestion, it is to view the downed potion as a part of them. They can break it down, fuse with it, absorb it, and form an overall system. I am currently certain of this point. What is more important is how acting helps in digestion. According to my experience as a seer today, I can make two hypotheses. They can be verified in the future. 1. Acting based on the potion's name changes the state of one's body, heart, and soul, making them closer to the remnant headstrong psyche of the potion's core. This results in resonance, which allows gradual assimilation and absorption. 2. The remnant headstrong psyche spirit of the magic medicine might be like a computer with complete defensive mechanisms. If one wishes to attack it and break it down, they will need to find a bug, security hole, or key. The name of the potion provides a corresponding clue. Thus, we can disguise our body, heart, and soul as part of the system through acting, and so we deceive the system's defenses. This line of thought is similar to Emperor Rosel's description. No matter which guess is right, there is no escaping the body, heart, and soul, for they are the only bridge between acting and the power of potions. Klein put down his pen and looked at the paragraph of text. For a moment he even wanted to thank the education he received from the Foodaholic Empire. No matter if he chose science or engineering, for his further education he was equipped with the basics of logical thought. Otherwise, there was no way he could have become a keyboard warrior, nor would he have been able to analyze his current situation. Acting might have an effect, but we'll have to wait and see for the specifics, Klein guessed. After that, he wrote down his second question. Why would a seer, being more well-learned and professional in the domain of mysticism, be lacking in means when it comes to direct combat? Wouldn't being more well-learned and professional make a seer even more powerful, giving them the ability to discover a way to defeat their enemies? The reasons could be: first, just like the web novels I've read in the past, I have transmigrated to a game world that has become reality. Thus, different jobs come with different specialties that have to be balanced against each other. But up to this point, there has been no sign of this world being a game, nor are there signs of mission-like developments. I'll put this reason on hold, but it's very unlikely. Second, the fundamental law of this world is balance. The Creator made this world with the core idea of balance. Third, potions at the same sequence level would have the same level of power. It is the most optimal state based on what our forefathers found out and summarized. Exceeding this level of power would make it easier for one to collapse and lose control. Below this level of power would make it such that one would not obtain the desired beyonder powers. Thus, under the situation of a balanced power level, being stronger in one area would naturally mean that one is weaker in another area. Fourth, everything in this world originated from the same source. They were formed by the remnants of the Creator. Thus, everything in this world is technically fragments of the Creator, and the fact that they have to complement each other would mean that there are inherent shortcomings to an individual. I am leaning towards the third and fourth reasons, but the latter stems from an unconfirmed myth and can only serve as a guide. Thus, I shall use the third reason as a guide and try to ascertain it using my current knowledge and future studies. At this point, Klein had already written 2 full pages but did not stop. Instead, he penned a new question. From what I learned today, my luck enhancement ritual is categorized as a classic ritualistic magic. Similar kinds of ritualistic magic can be split into 3 parts, the first being a sacrifice that sparks the interest of a corresponding existence. The second is comprised of incantations, specifically describing the existence in question. The third is using simple formatting and symbols to convey what one is asking for. Using this as a benchmark to analyze the luck enhancement ritual, there's an obvious problem. There is no third part. It has the sacrifice aspect in the placement of staple foods and walking a square in a counterclockwise manner with 4 steps. There is also a clear indication who the incantation is for, such as the phrase, "Blessings stem from the immortal Lord of heaven and earth." But all I did after was close my eyes and wait. There was nothing in the ritual that described the goal of enhancing my luck. In other words, the corresponding existence has no way of knowing what the so-called luck enhancement ritual is asking for, and can only do as they see fit. Do as they see fit. What a troll! Isn't that darn quintessential divination and arcane arts of the Qin and Han dynasty? Too much of a troll? I must have had rocks in my head back then for trying. Klein stopped writing and took 2 deep breaths, trying hard to calm himself down. He spat out a foul breath and continued writing. I can consider redesigning the ritual, making it more complete. The motive of the ritual shall be to return to Earth, back to the world with my parents and friends. Then here comes the question. Was the entity truly acting on a whim? Or is there a deeper meaning to it? Also, is the entity that the descriptive incantations point towards in this world the same one from Earth? If so, the difference in results between the first and second ritual could be explained as the entity doing as it wishes. But the results of me appearing above the gray fog during the second and third time, while being able to connect to justice and the hanged man, has basically no differences. Why would that be so? If the fourth ritual tomorrow afternoon shows me the same stable results, that would mean that the effects are consistent. That would mean that the unknown entity has an agenda I do not know about. If that is the case, adding new descriptions and requests would not get me a clear response. In fact, it might complicate the ritual and result in adverse effects. Would the difference between the first ritual and the subsequent rituals, under the premise that the entity I called upon is the same one, mean that the results would be different depending on the world I'm in? It is like I am using a different interface. Then how can I design it to obtain my desired outcome? If I think that the entities behind the first and subsequent rituals are different, some of the questions can be perfectly answered. But similarly, the stability of the results in the second and third rituals would mean that the entity I am praying to has a certain agenda, and there is no way I can change that for the time being. The most important question is the identity of the entity that the ritual is directed. Where is he, and why doesn't he give me any clues or guidance? Could he be deep in the world of fog? Can I treat him as an entity in slumber, an entity that would give fixed responses if I give him a certain stimulus, but would not interfere with what I do other than that? Then I can introduce a different ritual as a stimulus and conclude whether the feedback I receive is regular. That way I can find the correct method of returning. But the problem lies in the possibility that he is not asleep. In that case, such tests might result in terrifying outcomes. It might be really dangerous. The first attempt must be conducted with extreme caution. The design must not anger the being. What a headache. I need more knowledge. Klein sighed and gave a summary. Finally, he wrote down other miscellaneous items. There are always formless voices resonating in my ears, shouting, Hornaces, and, was it saying Frigrea or Phagrea? Hornaces is the mountain range dividing the Loan Kingdom and the Intes Republic. Its main peak is 6,000 meters above sea level. According to the records in the Antigonus family's diary, there existed a nation of the Evernite in the fourth epic. Is the nation of the Evernite related to the Evernite goddess? Is there any connection between the two? Are they allies or enemies? Was the Antigonus family obliterated by the Church of the Evernite goddess due to nation of the Evernite? Did I hear murmurings coming from the diary, from the howls of the Antigonus family over 1,000 or 2,000 years? What then does Phagrea mean? An interesting question. To be able to leave behind such a diary, to leave behind sealed artifact 2. 049 implies that the Antigonus family had possession of a relatively powerful Beyonder power. If that is so, which sequence did they possess? Was it complete or not complete? My realization that the diary is in the hands of Ray Bieber was a bit of a coincidence, but without any indication of it being arranged, could my fate really be tied up with that diary's? His ideas were penned on the pieces of paper. Klein tried his best to write down the events he had experienced and his guesses about their meaning. He wrote a total of 4 pages on both sides of each page. Rip. Klein suddenly tore off the 4 pages and read them from top to bottom, sometimes marking certain sections with his pen, adding a few sentences at other times. Time flew quickly. The crimson moon was temporarily covered by dark clouds. Klein picked up the pocket watch on the table, snapped it open, and looked at the time. He put down the watch and took out a box of matches from his drawer. He lit one and brought it close to the 4 pages of notes. The orange flame ignited the edges of the paper and quickly spread. Klein placed the notes on top of the wooden dustbin and watched the ashes drop. He then released his fingers, allowing the papers to fall. In just 10 seconds, everything had disappeared. All that was left was the still swirling ash and the charred bottom of the dustbin. As there was Emperor Rosel's secret diary in this world, Klein did not dare leave behind any evidence that he knew how to write Chinese. If old Neil and the rest discovered the 4 pieces of paper he wrote, he would have no idea how to explain the matter. And while writing the confidential questions, Klein was worried that the one paying attention to his dreams would be able to see and decipher the contents no matter which language he used, be it Loan, ancient Faesak, or Hermes. Therefore, he could only write notes in Chinese to organize and summarize. After he was done with the task, he burned the notes to leave no traces. And precisely because there was no way of saving, he set up a plan for himself. He would do this summary once a week, just in case he forgot anything. As he watched the ashes fall, Klein pulled out a white piece of paper. He wrote the title, "To My Respected Mentor." He wanted to write to Senior Associate Professor Quentin Cohen, asking if he had any relevant historical information about the main peak of the Hornisus mountain range. Chapter 58. A Train of Thought. The next day, a Monday morning. Klein, who had the day off, didn't leave home. Instead, he gave Melissa his letter directed to Mentor Cohen Quentin and more than enough money to buy stamps. He entrusted her with the job of mailing the letter at the post office near the Tingin Technical School, where she studied. After breakfast, he slept in to make up for the lack of sleep caused by the previous night's work. He only woke up because of his stomach's grumblings close to noon. He heated up some leftovers from the night before and ate them with a loaf of rye bread. Klein grabbed a newspaper and entered the bathroom on the 2nd floor. Whenever he did that, he couldn't help but sigh at the lack of a cell phone. After about 7 or 8 minutes, he left the toilet refreshed and washed his hands. He then returned to his bedroom and locked his door. Klein drew the curtains, lit up the gas lamp, and cogitated for half an hour. After practicing his spiritual vision, spirit dowsing, and dowsing rod for half an hour, he spent another hour mentally reviewing the mysticism knowledge he had gained recently. After doing that, he ripped up the old newspaper and crumpled them into a few balls. He wrote on them, "Moonflower Candle," "Full Moon Essence Oil," and other names of materials. He followed the prescribed steps of ritualistic magic in his head in order to master every little detail. Until he was entirely familiar with it, he didn't intend to try ritualistic magic because it was both a waste of materials and also easily attracted danger. He repeated again and again until he picked up his silver pocket watch, patterned with vine leaves, and took a glance. He realized that it was 2:45. He considered for a few seconds and brought the scraps of old newspapers to the kitchen on the 1st floor to burn them. While doing so, he made sure he was in an optimal state of mind as he prepared for the tarot gathering. Locking his bedroom door once again, Klein didn't wait for the clock to strike 3. He planned to enter the area above the gray fog ahead of time. He wanted to seize the chance to explore the place thoroughly. As Klein stood in an empty spot in his room and started walking counterclockwise, he suddenly worried that Justice and the Hanged Man had yet to enter a suitable environment. He thought of a particular matter. Would they be disturbed or discovered? He had previously mentioned to allow Justice and the Hanged Man to apply for leave ahead of time if they needed to be absent from the gathering for some reason, such as being unable to find time alone or unexpected circumstances. It would have been an almost unsolvable problem for Klein in the past. There was no way he could build an entire server-based internet by hand in a different world, right? Any technology beyond the telegram could expose him. But now he had suddenly found inspiration from ritualistic magic. Ritualistic magic borrows the powers of others by seeking the help of different existences. Similar incantations would make it clear who it is directed to in the beginning, such as the Evernight Goddess or the Lady of Crimson. It would be a description of the unknown and clandestine existences. Then, can I amend the chant and redirect the beginning of the chant towards myself? Directed at me. This way, even if Justice and the Hanged Man conduct the ritual in different locations, I would receive their messages. Klein suddenly felt fresh insight as he began analyzing the likelihood of the method working. There are two difficulties. First, I am not an incredibly strong high-level sequencer. Even if the description of the incantation was directed to me, I couldn't possibly receive the request. Second, how can I ensure that the description of the chant is directed at me accurately and doesn't stray away and hit some other unknown existence that fits the description? That would be incredibly dangerous. Klein paced back and forth, deep in thought for a possible workable solution. He went in circles with silent footsteps. Then he naturally linked the matter with the mysterious world of the gray fog. Even if I can't receive the message, that doesn't mean the gray fog can't. Its connection with the crimson stars can drag a person into the space directly, regardless of where they are in the physical world. I could consider tying myself to the mysterious space together during the directed description. In accordance with this train of thought, even though I might not immediately receive the request when the other party is holding the ritual, I will still be able to see the corresponding messages whenever I enter the gray fog. To put it simply, it is the difference between being online and offline on an instant messaging system. Klein became more excited the more he thought. He felt that his idea was worth a try. What kind of description could be used to precisely direct a message to me and to the gray fog world? He started thinking about the actual details. In fact, he had an incantation that would definitely work. It was none other than the Loan translation of blessings stem from the celestial worthy of heaven and earth. But herein lies the problem. He would lose control of the gray fog and lose his leading role. He could only exclude it. What? Fool from an alternate world? No way. It is quite accurate, and there is almost no other existence that fits the criteria, but it would expose my biggest secret. Klein thought of one incantation after another, but he crossed off each one. After about 7 to 8 minutes, he finally decided on the description of the first paragraph that directed to him. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. It was obviously not accurate enough. Therefore, Klein quickly added, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog. The combination of the two lines practically limited it to him. Furthermore, he had tied the gray fog to him. It's still a little short. I cannot eliminate the possibility that there are multiple spaces and rulers above the gray fog. I cannot eliminate the fact that the description might be directed to the spirit world. Klein creased his eyebrows and planned on making it more certain. He thought for a full minute and finally decided on the last part of the description. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck. It shares similar meaning to blessings stem from the exalted, Thear of heaven and earth. 1. If the incantation purely depended on that part of the description, it might end up being directed away and provoking unknown dangerous existences. But with the first two lines as a limitation, and his experience of arriving above the fog through a similar incantation, he believed that the target's description could result in a perfect lock-on. Klein wasn't sure if casting the ritualistic magic with those three descriptions would be effective, but he was definite that it would not attract the attention of another existence. It wouldn't throw justice and the hanged man into danger. Klein heaved out a long sigh and recited the incantation that he had decided upon. "The fool that doesn't belong to this era, you are the mysterious ruler above the gray fog. You are the king of yellow and black who wields good luck." He nodded his head slightly and took out his pocket watch to confirm the time. "It's already 2:58. Without further thought, Klein put away his pocket and entered cogitation. Soon he chanted and took 4 steps counterclockwise to form a square. The most ferocious noises and heart-stirring roars were heard once again. He felt the headache that was even harder to deal with than the pain of consuming the seer potion. The pain was not a sharp pain that tore through his head. It was a throbbing pain that made him manic and irrational. It was a pain that left him in chaotic confusion. Klein controlled himself using cogitation and tried hard to ignore the voices. The muttering and murmurs receded like the tides. His body became ethereal along with his spirituality. Everything seemed to float. The boundless gray fog appeared before his sight, the crimson stars at varying distances from him, just like pairs of eyes. Above the gray fog stood the palace, lofty and towering, like the home of a giant. It was as though it had been there for millions of years. All Klein did was will it, and he disappeared from where he was, reappearing at the seat of honor at the long bronze table with 22 high-backed chairs. "The effect of the ritual is definitely fixed," Klein muttered. He tapped his glabella gently and allowed the fog to engulf him, ones thicker than before. According to the description of the hanged man, if Justice had become a spectator, it would be best not to reveal any of his tics before her. Without any time for exploring, Klein extended his right hand and formed an invisible connection, connecting him to the 2 familiar crimson stars. On the roaring blue waves of the Sonia Sea, an ancient sailboat was sailing with the wind. Alger Wilson locked himself in the captain's cabin and made Ghost Ship provide him the best protection. He opened the pocket watch before him and laid it next to the brass sextant. The clock was ticking without joy as it exuded nervousness. When the hour hand, minute hand, and second hand aligned, there was an explosion of crimson before Alger Wilson. It ignored the layers and layers of protection he had placed over himself. Sigh. His sigh reverberated across the captain's room. Backlund, Empress Borough. Audrey Hall laid against a down feather pillow and glanced at the yellow paper in her hand. Her gem-like eyes looked like they had 2 souls spiraling slowly in them. Her gaze was calm and cool, as if she were waiting for a play to begin. As the crimson red erupted, she looked at herself being swallowed with complete detachment. Above the gray fog, in the magnificent palace on the ancient and modeled long bronze table, Klein, who had already activated his spiritual vision, looked over when Audrey Hall's figure began to form. He was not surprised to see that the colors deep in her aura had blended together. It became pure and serene, like a lake that was clear and reflective. She really did become a beyonder. Klein was just about to move his gaze away when he suddenly saw the chair belonging to Miss Justice change. The bright stars on the back of the chair moved swiftly, forming an illusory constellation that didn't belong to reality. That constellation was familiar to Klein because it was one of the symbols of mysticism. It was a symbol that represented Giant Dragon, Spectator, giant dragon. Klein restrained himself from shaking his head and looked over at the back of the hanged man's chair. Typically speaking, it was impossible for him to see the back of the chair from his angle, but this was where he was in control. Everything presented itself according to his will. The constellation on the back of the chair had not changed, but since Klein had grasped the basics of mysticism, he wasn't as ignorant as before. He could recognize that it was the symbol of windstorm. Sailor, keeper of the sea, windstorm. That's reasonable. The color deep in the hanged man's aura is much purer than it was. Has he leveled up? Oh yeah, what about the symbol behind my chair? Klein suppressed his impulse to look, rapped the edge of the long table thrice just like before, and smiled as he said, "Congratulations, Miss Justice. You are a Beyonder now." He can tell straight away. Audrey was stunned and smiled faintly. "Thank you, Mr. Fool, and thank you, Mr. Hanged Man." "That was much faster than I thought," Alger Wilson said honestly. Klein didn't continue the topic, but tapped his glabella and said with a smile, "Lady, sir, have either of you found Roselle's diary? Chapter 59, Roselle's Origins." Upon hearing the fool's question, Audrey did not immediately answer, like in the past. Instead, she widened her crystalline eyes and glanced at the hanged man with a scrutinous attitude. Alger subconsciously subdued his body motions. After a few seconds of silence, he said, "I found 2 pages of the Emperor Roselle's diary and have memorized their contents." "I have 1 page," Audrey, whose vision was obscured by the fog, said as though she was removed from the conversation. "Pretty good." Klein did not allow his joy or his disappointment to be noticed from his voice. He felt joy as there were 3 full pages, but disappointment also because there were only 3 pages. Their initial search for the diary was definitely easier, for all they had to do was ask through their connections and channels they were already familiar with. Collecting the pages would become more and more difficult as time went on, as it would involve more and more elements. "Should we express them now?" Audrey inquired with a calm tone. "Yes?" Klein simply nodded. He maintained his posture without any change. He had to be cautious in front of a spectator. As he finished his sentence, pieces of yellowish-brown goatskin parchment and dark red fountain pens appeared in front of Audrey and Alger. The 2 of them picked up their pens and started to recall the symbols they had seen. They also infused the emotions of expressing them out. Silently, lines of text appeared on the goatskin. Some of them appeared proper, some delicate, others slanted. In a mere minute, the contents that Alger and Audrey had forcibly memorized were all written. Klein willed the 3 pieces of parchment into his hands. He gave the pages a cursory glance and realized that some of the grammar was wrong. There were also missing and wrong words in the content. But experimentation had proved that incorrect sequencing of words, to some extent, did not affect the overall comprehension of Chinese. Klein was also not afraid of missing words, since he often read web novels filled with censored asterisks. The 8th of April, I stood at the bow of Black King and stretched my arms, saying to Grimm and Edwards, "My fortune is yours for the taking, but you'll have to find it first. I left everything I own at the ends of the fog sea." They did not understand my humor at all, and even asked if I really had other treasures. How boring. You can't be my 4 horsemen of the apocalypse if you keep at that. April 11th. I discovered a nameless island that was not on a safe sea route. There are a good number of extraordinary animals there. No, I prefer calling them extraordinary beings. It feels more impressive that way. Other than that, there are several weird creatures on the island. I believe that if Darwin had been transmigrated there, there is no way he could have written his theory of evolution. April 15th. Grim has suddenly become a little odd. Has he been infected by something? When did the Emperor Roselle, who was born in the Intis Kingdom, set off on a voyage? The Fog Sea should be the sea west of the Intis Republic. Yea, I need to use historical information from the library to cross-reference this. Klein quickly finished reading a page, casting his gaze to the back of the piece of paper. At this point, he no longer hid the fact that he could decipher Emperor Roselle's secret symbols, since this ability fitted the persona and status of the fool. Audrey and Alger did not speak. They waited silently, as if unsurprised by such a revelation. In fact, they even believed that it was only right. October 2nd. They actually wanted me to marry Matilda from the Abel family without even consulting me first. Heavens, I have not even met her. No, I must decline. Even if I were to run away from home and survive on my own and suffer the vicissitudes of life, I must fight against this marriage. October 5th. Miss Matilda is really pretty. October 6th. Her personality and her demeanor is just my type. I am starting to look forward to the marriage. Hey, Emperor, where is your integrity? Klein leaned back into his seat, not allowing his emotions to pass through the fog. He realized that Gustav did not write in his diary every day early on. Most of the time, he would only write in the diary when there were certain events that he needed to lampoon, record, or to vent his emotions. He shifted his gaze downward. Klein looked at the last sentence of this page. October 9th. They actually called me the son of the steam. I like that very much. Klein was a little disappointed that the information in the first 2 pages was of little value. But he did not turn sullen. He moved the 3rd page to the top. This page had content written on both sides of the paper. May the 21st. The Church of the God of Craftsmanship gave me 2 choices, 2 beginning sequence pathways. One of them is the Savant. It is a complete sequence pathway they possess. The other is Mystery Prior, which they obtained from the Moses Ascetic Order, but it lacks the higher sequences. May 22nd. My choice was easy. Savant. The Savant has a complete sequence pathway. Although wielding more information on mysticism can aid my return home, the problem is that if I am not strong enough, there is a need to acquire external help for transmigration, and I do not know if this external entity would be good or bad, benevolent or malicious. I cannot control it, and thus it could be very dangerous. In that case, why not strengthen myself and return by relying on my own powers? Thus, the complete sequence was the most important factor in my considerations. May 23rd. I have become a savant. With the power of the potion, I actually recalled all the knowledge I had learned in the past, such as physics, chemistry, etc. I have not only recalled the knowledge, but I understand it more deeply, as well as its possible applications and implications. Haha, this is a job specially tailored for a transmigrator like me from an alternate realm. I will be able to express my advantage to the greatest extent. I have to say that if I were to return in my present state to the 3rd year of high school, I would definitely become top scholar. If I could further specialize in an area, it wouldn't even be too hard for me to become a scientist. May 26th. I am enjoying my status as a savant, something odd worth mentioning. When I address myself as a savant, doing things that are in line with this role, the murmurings that drive me crazy become considerably softer. I have also been able to control my occasional temper outbursts. I have also recalled the matter regarding the diary. Is this the acting that the mysterious Mr. Zaratul mentioned? This could be key in resolving the side effects posed by potions. As Klein read the diary page, he had a deep realization that there was a fundamental difference between how he and the Emperor Roselle did things. For example, regarding the matter of returning home, Klein considered grasping in-depth knowledge of mysticism to avoid risks and accomplish his goal, while Emperor Roselle preferred to rely on himself and face the risk. I have to say, I envy people like that sometimes. Perhaps everyone yearns for something they do not possess. Of course, I also have to consider strengthening myself. Both of these are important, Klein thought, sighing a little. The description provided by Emperor Roselle about acting instilled Klein with confidence that the conclusion he made about acting yesterday was more or less correct. He put the 3 diary pages down, looked up at Justice and the hanged man. He smiled and said, "My apologies, I was too absorbed in reading them." Audrey calmed the envy in her heart and smiled faintly. "I can understand. I hope to one day be able to exchange information about the diary's contents. That will require a price." Klein smiled and glanced at Justice, then swept his gaze towards the silent hanged man. Audrey put her palms together and placed them in front of her. "Mr. Fool, Mr. Hanged Man, I have 3 questions to ask. If you think that the answers warrant a high price, tell me what you want. I will try my best to seek it." "No problem," Alger answered succinctly. Klein nodded and leaned back further, making himself comfortable. Audrey thought for a few seconds and said, "The first question is, what does acting really mean? I realize that the remnant psyche in the potion has minute effects on me. Is that because I've been acting as a spectator all this while?" Alger did not speak. Instead, he looked at the fool, as though waiting for him to give an answer. Klein rubbed his finger on the edge of the table and said in a relaxed tone, "Let me explain this with an analogy. Imagine the core powers of your potion as a tightly guarded castle. The remnants of the psyche that can cause a lashback resides within that castle. Our goal is to get rid of it and become the true master of the castle. There are 2 ways we can do that. The first is to forcefully invade the castle. There is no guarantee that this will work, and you will most definitely injure yourself unless you can suppress it with absolute power. But of course, we are not equipped to do that. The second way is to get the owner of the castle to extend an invitation. This invitation can allow us to slide through the scrutiny of the guards and infiltrate the castle. We can then easily finish off the enemies. But the problem lies in the fact that this invitation specifies the facial features and characteristics of the guest. Thus, we have to disguise ourselves and act as the guest. Do you understand?" Alger immediately asked, as if he had anticipated this reply. "Then the aforementioned invitation is the name of the potion sequence?" "That's right," Klein answered with great affirmation. Audrey froze for a moment, having the sudden feeling that she completely understood what acting meant. She immediately exited her spectator state due to her excitement. She praised in joy. "What an exceptional method, I think. I think it fits your title. Its style is very compatible with the fool. I would never have believed that acting would have such an effect. Luckily, I have been acting as a spectator the past few days." She paused for a moment before saying, "I think that this is a very valuable answer. My heart is not at ease accepting it for nothing. Mr. Fool, what do you need in exchange? Of course, I still remember that I owe you a page of Emperor Roselle's diary." "More pages of Roselle's diary, or—" Klein paused for a moment. He had wanted to get information about the sequence regarding the seer, but felt that such a low-level request would ruin the mystical image of the fool. Thus, he chose to give up on it, and planned to ask them discreetly some other day. "I just advanced recently and have yet to completely digest the seer potion." He consoled himself and added on without expression, "Anything regarding the Antigonus family, even if I'm already aware of them myself." Alger remained silent for a few seconds. He looked at the top of the long bronze table for a moment before slowly opening his mouth. Mr. Fool, I believe I can pay you back immediately with the information you requested just now. Chapter 60. Second Blasphemy Slate. No problem. Klein tried to maintain his unchanging deep tone. He rested his left elbow on the armrest of his chair and supported his forehead slightly with his fingers, posing as though he was listening calmly. Alger deliberated over his words and said, "The Antigonus is an ancient family. Their history can be traced back to the Cataclysm epic before the Fourth epic and is related to the Second Blasphemy Slate." The Second Blasphemy Slate? There's a Second Blasphemy Slate. How many are there? Klein's pupils shrank, and he nearly changed his posture. According to what the Hanged Man and Justice have said previously, the Blasphemy Slate contained the profound mysteries of the 22 Paths of the Divine. There are 2 of such important items, or even more. 22 Paths of the Divine, sequences and pathways. Could these 2 nouns mean the same thing? Every complete sequence pathway leads straight to the throne of the divine. At that instant, the description of the Second Blasphemy Slate gave Klein numerous thoughts. He believed that if not for the thick, grayish-white fog concealing him, his emotional reaction would probably have been discovered by Miss Spectator. As for the words cataclysm epoch, he was no stranger to that term as a historian. It was the name of the third epoch. After his recent revision, Klein even knew that the third epoch was separated into 2 eras, the Glorious Era and the Cataclysm Era. A Second Blasphemy Slate? Audrey plainly revealed her ignorance on the matter. Before she calmed her emotions, she returned to her spectator state. Nice question. Klein secretly cheered for Miss Justice. It was a question inconvenient for him to ask, as the Fool. Alger stole a glance at the Fool and noticed that his posture remained the same, nor did he make a sound. Hence, he thought and answered, "The first Blasphemy Slate appeared in the Dark Epoch, which is the second epoch where we humans struggled to survive under the protection of gods. The second Blasphemy Slate appeared at the end of the third epoch. It could even be said that its appearance symbolized the end of the Cataclysm Epoch. The content of the 2 Blasphemy Slates is kept secret by the 7 major churches. I only know bits and pieces of it. I only know that they involve the pathways to godhood, but I am not sure of the differences between them." Was the Blasphemy Slate that Emperor Roselle saw the first or the second? Audrey asked curiously. Upon hearing that, Klein recalled what Alger said about the potion names during the first gathering. He said that the names of the sequence potions were derived from the Blasphemy Slate. Similarly, Captain had also mentioned that the formation and completion of the potion system was thanks to the birth of the Blasphemy Slate. That indirectly confirms that the pathways to godhood are the sequence pathway. Klein answered his earlier question silently. Then Alger simply replied, "The second one." The glint in Audrey's eyes diminished, and she returned to her spectator state. She did not continue asking questions. Instead, all she did was focus her gaze on the Hanged Man. It was obvious that her scrutiny made Alger uncomfortable, but he suppressed the emotions within him. He lowered his voice and continued, "During the Solomon dynasty in the Fourth Epoch, although the Antigonus family was considered an illustrious part of the aristocracy, they didn't do anything very memorable until they supported the establishment of the Tudor Empire. They then stood right in the middle of the stage of Northern Continent. In that period, Antigonus, Ammon, Abraham, Jacob, and others were illustrious names of the human kingdom. However, after the War of the Four Sovereigns, the Blood Emperor from the Tudor Empire perished. They fell from the top of their pedestal and are now hunted by the 7 gods. I am not sure about the actual process, but I do know that the Antigonus family was destroyed at the hands of the Church of the Evernight Goddess. Mr. Fool, if you'd like to know more, I am afraid that you can only obtain the information from the Church of the Evernight Goddess, or from the few ancient secret organizations. You know which few I am referring to. I don't. Klein nodded while feeling bitter inside. Okay. The secret order is one. Captain and old Neil mentioned the Moses Ascetic Order. I wonder if the psychology alchemists count. While he mentally checked off the candidates, Alger provided him with the last bits of information. I similarly have no idea which sequence pathways the Antigonus family held. There are only two adjectives that appear repetitively in the descriptions of the Antigonus family, and those are strange and terrifying. Strange and terrifying. Thinking back to the notebook, the original Klein and his classmates, and what happened to Ray Bieber's mother, it really is aptly worded. Klein continuously rapped the edge of the long table with the tip of his finger a couple of times. Then he slowly began to speak. Very well, I am satisfied with the payment. The reason he continuously rapped the long table lightly with his fingers was to emphasize the action, to make Justice and the hanged man believe that he had a habit of rapping in order to conceal the fact that the same motion was used to activate and deactivate his spirit vision. It's my pleasure. Alger did not say anything else. Audrey took a look at the hanged man and then the fool. She smiled faintly and said, Then I shall ask the second question. What is the name of the subsequent potion for Spectator? Where can I find the clues? I'd also like to ask so straightforwardly, but different choices lead to different difficulties. Klein did not speak, but cast his gaze towards the hanged man. Alger remained silent for a few seconds before saying, I'll answer the question for free because I led you on this pathway. The subsequent sequence for Spectator is Sequence 8 Telepathic. The ancient name of Sequence 7 is Psyche-Analyst, but is called Psychiatrist now. This is what I found out from a member of the Psychology Alchemists. I think they should have quite a number of potion formulas for this pathway. Psychology Alchemists. Spirit Medium Daily was rather approving of their theory, but Captain thought of them as evil and crazy. Klein listened while in deep thought. Do you know the whereabouts of that particular Psychology Alchemists member? Asked Audrey as her eyes beamed with joy. Be it telepathic or psychiatrist, both names appealed to her aesthetics. Alger gave a rare laugh. I do. He's immersed in the seas around Sonia Island. I sank him with my own hands. If you would like to look for the Psychology Alchemists, I have to apologize since I severed the clues. He was not worried that Justice would find his identity through his description, because he did that on his own, out of the public eye. Sank. Audrey was at a loss how to reply or what expression to wear. She drew a deep breath and suddenly failed to maintain her spectator state. She asked bashfully, the third question. If, and I'm saying if, a normal animal were to drink a Sequence 9 potion, what would happen? What kind of a question is that? Klein tapped his glabella unnoticeably with his finger that was supporting his forehead. Very quickly he saw the changes in color and noticed that Audrey's emotions had turned frantic, nervous, and a little ashamed. Could she have done something that stupid? Klein was astounded, but didn't find it strange. After the past two gatherings, he was certain that Miss Justice was quite an airhead. The hanged man, Alger, was obviously dumbfounded as well. He took a while to reply. Normal animals do not have the brains of humans. They wouldn't be able to learn cogitation in a timely manner. Therefore, it would most likely lead to immediate death or a breakdown into a monster. However, if they survived the initial ingestion of the potion, they should become an extraordinary creature. If the potion has the ability to enhance their intelligence, they can even become smarter. Right, Audrey breathed out a silent sigh and nodded, while saying with a relaxed tone, I have no other questions. Alger considered for a moment and did not mention matters regarding the Aurora Order or the listener. Similarly, he shook his head and said, Nor do I. I have something. Klein didn't change his posture, but said with a smile, It will require your cooperation. He had yet to turn off his spirit vision, and he immediately saw that the hanged man was showing signs of nervousness, while Miss Justice was too simple-minded to show fear or carefulness. Before they could reply, Klein comforted them. Don't worry, it's trivial. If it succeeds, it will be beneficial to you, so I wouldn't be paying extra remuneration. Go ahead. Audrey instinctively entered the spectator state, but she couldn't see through the thick gray fog engulfing the fool. As you will, Alger replied, steadying himself. Klein moved his fingers and smiled when he said, Previously, I said that we would do some experiments to enable you to ask for a leave of absence. That way, you do not have to worry if you have to be somewhere inappropriate on a Monday afternoon. That's our wish. Audrey loosened her tightly knitted eyebrows. Alger thought and said, What do you need us to do? You could try a piece of ritualistic magic during your free time. It need not be too formal, as long as you are in an environment that won't be disturbed. Put 4 brand new candles on an altar, placed on 4 corners respectively. It's best if they are candles with a sandalwood scent. Put a loaf of white bread near the candle on the top left corner, a bowl of Fena Potter noodles near the candle on the top right corner, paella by the candle on the bottom left corner, and a desi pie by the candle on the bottom right corner. Use a silver knife to make a sealed spiritual environment. Klein described his modified version of the luck enhancement ritual and taught Miss Justice how to create a spiritual environment for free. To be frank, as the ritual was targeted at himself, Klein believed that the former part, which was intended to attract the interest of an entity, could be omitted completely. However, he still worked hard to make the procedure seem important. Of course, it didn't comply with what old Neil taught about gods being second and oneself being third. Mix moonflowers, gold mint, slumber flowers, fingered citron, and rock rose together, then distill it. Extract it for its essential oil, then pour a drop onto each candle. Audrey listened with piqued interest as she recorded all that he said. When he was done, she asked, What about the incantation? Mr. Fool, what's the corresponding incantation? Alger stopped writing with the fountain pen in his hand as well. He turned his head to look at the fool. Klein, who was immersed in the gray fog, tapped the edge of the long table with his finger lightly and said calmly and monotonously in Hermes, The fool that doesn't belong to this era, you are the mysterious ruler above the gray fog. You are the king of yellow and black, who wields good luck. Chapter 61. Strange Symbol. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the gray fog. King of yellow and black who wields good luck. Audrey Hall recited the 3 descriptions to herself silently. She suddenly felt a tumultuous wave of emotion go through her, preventing her from maintaining her spectator state. As an aficionado of mysticism, she had learned Hermes that was used in rituals, and had tested out the rituals that fellow noble aficionados mentioned in private gatherings before she was pulled into the gray fog or made formal contact with beyonder powers. None of those rituals had any effects, but they had given Audrey a basic understanding of the structure of incantations. Thus, she knew clearly what these 3 incantations described and signified. The descriptions usually described one of the 7 gods that looked over this world. Thus, The Fool's incantation was claiming status equal to the Lady of Crimson, Mother of the Secrets, and the Empress of Disaster and Horror. Is Mr. Fool the unknown, mysterious, powerful, godlike entity that Glaint spoke of? The source of danger that we must avoid in rituals? Audrey quickly recalled the comments made during the strange rituals, which she and her friends did not dare attempt back then. She was momentarily at a loss for words. Alger Wilson, who knew and understood much more than Audrey, shivered from the bottom of his heart. If the ritualistic magic which Mr. Fool designed truly points to him to allow him to accept our requests, we would have to be addressing him with him. He is to be addressed in the third person, which is reserved for gods. How lucky, how smart I was to act in concert with him and not do anything foolish. Even when I was testing him, I did not step beyond the boundaries of normalcy. Could he perhaps be an ancient, mysterious, horrifying existence, only that he does not appear before us in his true form and name? The primordial demoness, the hidden sage, or the true creator which many mysterious churches believe in? Alger understood that the fool he was looking at now might not be his true form. He might not even have a gender or be a humanoid creature. Klein propped his forehead up with one hand and tapped on the table with the other hand. He acutely noticed the changes happening to the Hanged Man and Justice. But he acted as though nothing happened, as if everything was within his expectations. He continued without any care. I pray for your help. I pray for your loving grace. I pray for you to give me a good dream. Moonflower, an herb that belongs to the red moon, please bestow your powers to my incantation. Fingered citron, an herb that belongs to the sun, please bestow your powers to my incantation. He finished describing the incantations that belonged to another type of ritual. After he was done, he smiled. Lady, sir, have you memorized it? Ah, Audrey exhaled. She quickly covered her mouth and recalled seriously. She. With her improved memory as a spectator, she quickly processed the information and repeated the incantations as a form of confirmation. Alger acted more normally. His pen did not stop for a moment, no matter what he was thinking about. After Klein confirmed that Audrey was correct, he smiled and said, If this test is successful, then we shall modify the ritual next time to achieve what we want to do. I hope that you will have the time to complete the ritual no later than Wednesday. He intended to come in here again on Thursday night to ascertain if the ritualistic magic was successful. As for why he did not allow the Hanged Man and Justice to directly request a leave of absence, Klein was worried that he would be unable to discern if the results were from them asking for leave or merely the outcome of an attempt of the ritualistic magic. Was he to pull them into the gathering if that happened? By your will, Audrey and Alger replied respectfully, collecting themselves. According to the Hanged Man's suggestion last week, we shall have a time for casual conversation after all official issues have been discussed. Who shall begin? Klein gave a hand gesture signaling for someone to start. Audrey sighed and said, Mr. Fool, the suggestion you made regarding the exam selection and the separation between civil and political matters has received the approval of many members of Parliament. Perhaps it could become a reality. Of course, with the efficiency of this government, the bill will only appear half a year from now at the earliest. She was not worried that the Hanged Man would track her down using this piece of information. She had intentionally and intermittently dropped hints and guided those proud wives to think that they had conceived the idea. Those ladies had rushed to tell their husbands, their fathers, and their brothers. At that moment, Audrey felt as though she was watching a flock of golden peacocks showcasing their tail feathers. She believed that those women would drill it in themselves that they came up with the idea to claim the glory for themselves. They would soon forget about what Audrey's role in the matter was, fighting among themselves to see who thought of the suggestion first. Using this remarkable way to change the system of a kingdom gave Audrey a weird sense of satisfaction, as if she had found a way for a spectator to influence the plot of a play. "Let's hope so," Alger replied sarcastically. He paused for a few seconds, then glanced at the fool. He deliberated before saying, "In recent decades, the amount of activities of the various secret organizations has seen an upward trend. In fact, there are even new secret organizations appearing, some of them having reached scale with a good number of Beyonders." "Are you trying to ask me for the reason? I have not even gained access to information about illegal organizations." Klein merely smiled without commenting on the hanged man's news. He changed the subject and said vaguely, "An ancient power is about to wake from its slumber. For example, the power represented by the Antigonus family diary. Is that so?" Alger muttered softly to himself, as though he recalled something. Klein swept his gaze toward the hanged man, then past Justice, and said with a smile, "If there is nothing else to share, then let's end today's gathering here." "By your will." Audrey and Alger stood up together. Klein moved his finger and severed his connection with the dark red stars. He watched as the two figures vanished from the magnificent palace. He stood up and turned toward his own chair, which was also the back of the seat of honor at the bronze table. He looked at its symbol. Radiant stars formed a strange symbol. It was not a symbol that fit anything in Klein's present understanding of mysticism. He observed it closely before identifying the pupil-less eye, a symbol representing secrecy. He also saw contorted lines that represented change. Each of the symbols were missing a portion and were overlapped with each other, creating a new symbol. An incomplete secret and an incomplete change. What do we get when we add them together? Klein creased his brows and muttered to himself, unable to come up with an answer. He retracted his gaze and walked along the ancient, magnificent palace. His eyes scanned every corner of the palace. Back when I casually imagined this place, it was merely a rough concept. I did not describe the shape of the palace, table, or chairs. Where does this design come from? The best choice, the first prototype? Or are they a reflection of reality? Klein suddenly had a question he neglected previously as he looked at the palace. Sigh. I have to say that even though I am a keyboard warrior, I am lacking experience in many areas. I am also not observant enough to the point of only realizing this question now. With such a self-reflection, Klein made a serious effort to examine every corner of the palace, but did not find any other living things or anything strange. Klein did not dare to venture deeper, which seemed to be an illusory land without boundaries. He was afraid that he would end up completely lost. Wow, this place is indeed filled with mysteries. Who knows if there will be any changes to this area when I become more powerful? Klein sighed. He unleashed his spirituality and enveloped himself within, causing him to feel the rapid rush of plummeting. Everything flew past quickly. All kinds of illusions shattered. He tore through the grayish-white fog and saw reality. He saw the table, curtains, and clothes rack in his room. Backlund, Empress Burrow. Audrey saw the oil painting that hung on the wall. She felt the softness the down-feathered pillow under her head provided. She did not stand up immediately. Instead, she seriously recalled what had happened during the gathering, as if she was watching a play she had already watched. Mr. Fool had a certain confidence in his tone when he told us to try the ritual and gave us the descriptions of the mysterious ruler, the King of Yellow and Black. Confidence. Audrey exhaled as she was analyzing this silently, her body shuddering slightly. Forget it, since I cannot fight it. There's no need to think too much about it. Mr. Fool has always appeared friendly. He should be an entity that has a respect for order. Audrey's mood improved rapidly. She thought about her acting and the weakening backlash of the potion. She hummed a merry tune and got off her bed. She walked toward the door and adjusted her state of mind, taking on her state as a spectator. As she opened the door of the room, she saw a maid walking past. She saw the old calluses on her hands, the marks on her face, and other similar details. She could deduce many things from these observations. At this point, Audrey had a strange feeling. She quickly turned to look at the shaded corner of the balcony. She saw her golden retriever, Susie, sitting there, silently observing her, just like how she observed the maid. My goddess! Audrey's lips twitched as she sighed. She wanted so much to hide her face. On the Sonia Sea, in the heavily protected captain's quarters, Alger woke up and noticed that nothing had changed around him. It was as if nothing had happened. He sighed and thought to himself, an ancient existence. Klein, who had exited the ritual, pulled open the curtains. He took out his notebook and began writing once again. He recalled the contents of Emperor Rosel's diary, hoping to reinforce the memory through writing and prevent himself from forgetting it in the future. Klein reread the notes several times after he finished writing. Finally, he tore the notes up and incinerated them. I shouldn't forget the most salient points if I do this once a week. But with time and the increasing complexity of my missions, how unfortunate. I do not have better ideas for the time being. I have not learned any cryptography. Klein collected himself and stretched his neck. He planned on heading to the Divination Club. A seer was defined differently by different people. No one could say that another person's methods were wrong. So Klein, who did not know which kind of seer fit the requirements of the potion, could only correct it as he experimented to ascertain which one was the best fit. Chapter 62, The Seer's Suggestion. Before Klein left home, he took the time to meticulously clean up his suit and top hat with a small brush and a handkerchief. Then he washed his white shirt, changing into a similar linen shirt along with the only decent cheap coat he had. He then briskly walked out onto the street. First, Melissa's dress, then Benson's suit. Only then can I consider a second suit for myself. Money is never enough. Besides, we need to save money to buy porcelain tableware to receive our guests. Plus, I have to save money to buy a variety of materials related to mysticism. Klein sat on the public carriage and took note of the financial status at home. The more he did the math, the more he shook his head. He reckoned he needed at least a year to let himself, his brother, and his sister live as a middle-class family. Of course, that was without taking promotions and pay rises into consideration. The public carriage drove past the streets and stopped opposite to the Divination Club on Howe Street. Klein pressed down on his black top hat and hopped off the carriage. He walked along the familiar street and entered the club, located on the second floor. He then saw the beautiful brunette, Angelica. There was a hint of swelled redness to her eyes, but she looked extremely relaxed. Klein raised his hand to tap his glabella lightly and carefully examined her. He found out that the grayness deep in Angelica's emotional colors had greatly dispersed. It had been replaced with sunlight-like whiteness. After taking it in, Klein walked over, took off his hat, and smiled. "Madam Angelica, it's a lovely day today, isn't it?" Angelica lifted her head and was briefly shocked. She then beamed and said, "You are just like Mr. Vincent's cat. You don't make any sounds while walking, do you? You managed to tell? Hey, I forgot that you are a fortune-teller skilled in face reading." She paused. Then she gently bit her lip before bowing. Thank you. Thank you for your suggestion yesterday. I feel much better. I haven't been this relaxed, happy, and contented in a year." Upon hearing her show her sincere gratitude, Klein was infected with the joy and happiness she had. The corner of his lips lifted, and he said, "It's my pleasure." As he spoke, he could feel his spirituality relax and turn livelier. Is this what the seer potion wants? A seer that can really help the inquirer? Klein pinched his glabella as though he was thinking before secretly tapping twice. It had to be said that he found the action of activating and deactivating his spirit vision in practice insufficiently inconspicuous. However, the problem was that he hadn't thought of a better solution yet. As he had just become a seer recently, his spiritually had yet to reach its limit, and the same was applied to his mastery. Hence, there didn't seem to be many suitable locations for an activation switch for his spiritual vision. The glabella was the best option by far. When I become a true seer after fully digesting the potion, I should be able to design a more inconspicuous activation motion. Klein nodded unnoticeably and walked towards the half-opened meeting room. "Coffee or tea?" Angelica asked hurriedly. "Daisy coffee," Klein answered. He planned on trying out all the drinks the Divination Club had to offer. Then he saw that there were 6 or 7 members present, but not Hanas Vincent, who was almost always was. "Mr. Vincent isn't here." Klein stopped in his tracks and asked a passing question. Angelica was taken aback as she said, "Mr. Vincent doesn't come every day. He accepted an invitation to give a lecture for a divination organization at Enmet Harbor. Are you looking for him?" "Not at all. I was just curious. After all, I've seen him every time I've come here." Klein shook his head with a smile. Meanwhile, he realized that there was a familiar face among the 7 members present. Glasses, who had divined for him before, was present. Glasses was reading some information on the table with his monocle when he suddenly sensed someone looking at him. He lifted his and head cast his gaze. Obvious joy suffused his face as he propped himself up with both hands and stood up. He dashed towards Klein and stopped before him. "Good afternoon, Mr. Moretti. I have been wondering if you would come today. I heard from Angelica that you are not a doctor, but a fortune-teller who is good at face reading." Klein smiled. "That's not the only thing I'm good at. Mr. Glacis, you no longer seem plagued by your ailment." He pinched his forehead and tapped his glabella twice. He noticed that Glacis's health colors had returned to normal. "Yes, I was very regretful for not taking your suggestion back then. Luckily, there is a very amazing apothecary near my place. He gave my wife a magical medicine which brought me away from death," Glacis said emotionally. As a quasi-member of the Nighthawks, Klein asked out of occupational interest. "Very amazing apothecary. Very magical medicine." "Magical? How magical? Is it within the range of Beyonders?" He said that it was a kind of folk medicine from Lenberg. "In short, it helped with treating my illness a lot," Glacis answered, without noticing anything abnormal about the question. "Folk medicine apothecary." Klein tapped his glabella as though he was thinking. "What's his name? Where does he stay? As you know, even a fortune-teller can't guarantee that they would remain in the pink of health all the time. Perhaps I will need to go to purchase some medication from him in the future." Klein learned from his teacher and classmates that the current health system in the world was in a nascent state. There was almost no cure to many diseases, so the magical medications and miraculous apothecaries still controlled the market. There was no harm in knowing more, since it could one day serve useful. Glacis answered honestly. "His name is Lawson Darkwade. He has a tiny store at 18 Vlad Street in East Borough, named Lawson's Folk Herb Store." "Thank you." Klein remembered it and spoke sincerely. Glacis turned around and invited him to sit beside him. At that moment, Angelica came over to serve the coffee she brewed. Compared to Southville coffee, Desi coffee is more fragrant, but has quite an inferior taste. Klein took a sip and savored it for a moment. Glasses hurriedly deliberated his words when he saw Klein put down his white porcelain cup. "Mr. Moretti, can I request a divination from you? I will pay according to a price you set." 8 pence is sufficient. I will not raise the price out of the blue. Klein was hoping that someone would request his divination services. "Do you need a divination room?" "All right, Topaz." Glasses led the way with much more familiarity. After entering the divination room and locking the door, Klein sat behind the long table. He asked in a serious voice, "Mr. Glasses, what would you like the divination to be about?" "I have an investment opportunity, but the amount of money it involves is huge. If it fails, my family and I will take a heavy hit. I wish to know if it will be a successful investment." Glacis volunteered the information. "I have divined using tarot cards previously. A divination after purifying my soul. The result was pretty good. Yes, I did the interpretation myself, but I did not violate the principles of those symbols." Klein thought and asked curiously, "It'd be great if you could describe the entire situation once more, and give me your information again. It'd be best if you have the other party's information too. We will do an astrolabe divination." "All right." Glacis organized his words and said, "When Mr. Lanavis examined the Hornice mountain range, he discovered a gigantic mine rich in high-quality iron ore. He poured in all his savings to buy that land and hired a professional company to survey it. The result was a heartening one. He lacks funds needed for subsequent developments, so he formed a steelworks company and intends to apply for a loan from the bank using the project. At the same time, he will also issue a corresponding number of shares to raise its initial capital. The plan is still in its preparatory stage and promises fat returns." Klein, who had been reading the newspaper recently and also happened to be a history expert, knew that there were shares in this world. He also knew that the concept of shares was derived from Emperor Roselle. Yeah, him again. During the colonization of the southern continent, he had set up the Cyberon Company and solved the nation's fiduciary matters successfully by raising funds from the public through the issue of shares. As such, he had the first mover's advantage from colonization. Because the returns were great, this development continued on. For example, there were railway shares, mining shares, steam development shares, and so on and so forth. There were some that succeeded, and there were some that failed. Hence, it catalyzed the formation of organizations like the Backland Stock Exchange. Besides that, the Emperor Roselle had created national bonds, unit trusts, and other financial products. The former had become the most stable form investment, with a return of 4 to 6% interest. Klein remembered that Benson had once said that if he could inherit £3,000, there was no need to work hard any further. The stable annual interest of about 5% would result in an annual fixed income return of £150, roughly equivalent to Klein's annual income at present. This is known as rentier capitalism. Klein sighed and asked carefully, "Are you sure there's nothing wrong about this? Is Lanavis trustworthy?" "I've seen his property papers and the inspection report. There is the Sivalaos County government's stamp and an endorsement of a professional company. Plus, inside Mr. Lanavis's office is a group photo of him with Sir Deweyville and the mayor." Glasses nodded in reply. "Group photo? That doesn't mean anything." Klein, who was born in an era of information explosion, had seen too many similar incidents. He didn't buy the story because of that. However, it didn't matter if he believed it or not. He could only pick up a pen and draw a corresponding astrolabe according to the crucial time and information that Glacis had provided him with. After a long while, Klein pointed to the astrolabe and said, "You should be able to tell that this will be a very unsuccessful endeavor. Below the flourishing surface is a cliff, a chasm. My divination suggestions going around it, to avoid it." Glacis fell into silence, his mouth turning agape a few times before he closed it. A few minutes later, he said with a rueful smile, "I'll consider it carefully when I'm back." Upon hearing this answer, Klein could only shake his head with a silent sigh. He realized the helplessness of a seer. A seer could only give suggestions and not make the decision for others. Just as the two left the Topaz room, Angelica walked over and said, "Mr. Moretti, someone wishes for your divination." When she said that, she added with a whisper, "He did not ask for my recommendations, nor did he view the album." Has my reputation spread? Klein turned towards the reception hall in puzzlement. Chapter 63, Dream Interpretation. Klein proceeded a few steps forward and saw the client. He was dressed in a formal black suit and a halved top hat. He held a gold-inlaid wooden cane, and his short blonde hair flared from the sides. His nose was aquiline, like a hawk's beak. Anna's fiancé, the Joyce Meyer that went through a terrifying ordeal. Klein, who had seen him in his dream divination, immediately greeted with a smile, "Good afternoon, Mr. Meyer." "Good afternoon, Mr. Moretti." Joyce took off his hat and bowed in greeting. "Thank you for the advice you gave Anna. She cannot stop praising how miraculous you are." Klein chortled and said, "I did not change a thing. You should be thanking yourself. Without your determination and your hope for a better tomorrow, you wouldn't have been able to overcome such an ordeal." After the exchange of pleasantries, Klein could not help but lampoon inwardly. "Ah, oui, monsieur. Does this count as mutual professional bootlicking? In all honesty, I still find my coming back alive a dream. I still cannot believe that I survived wave after wave of terrifying ordeals." Joyce shook his head wistfully. Without waiting for Klein's reply, he asked curiously, "You knew who I was the moment you saw me. Was that because of my unique nose, or because you divined that I would visit you?" "I had your detailed information. That is enough for a seer," Klein answered vaguely, behaving like how a charlatan would. Joyce was indeed stunned. More than 10 seconds later, he squeezed a smile. "Mr. Moretti, I wish to request a divination from you." The moment he finished his sentence, he suddenly realized something. Mr. Klein Moretti had addressed himself as a seer, not a fortune-teller. A seer? "All right, let us head to Topaz," Klein gestured. At that moment, he felt as though he should have worn a long black robe. He tried to keep his words to a minimum to accentuate the mystique of a seer. Joyce Meyer locked the door behind him after entering the divination room. While he observed his surroundings, Klein seized the opportunity to tap his glabella twice and activated his spirit vision. Joyce sat down and set his cane down beside him. He pulled on his black bow tie and said hoarsely, "Mr. Moretti, I wish for you to interpret my dream." Dream interpretation? Klein acted as though it was within his expectations, but was merely asking for confirmation. He saw that the colors representing Joyce's health were dull, but none of them signified an impending illness. The colors symbolizing his emotions were predominantly blue, and its darkness showed that he was obviously high-strung. Joyce nodded seriously. "I have had the same horrific dream every night, ever since the Alfalfa arrived at Enmet Harbor. I know that this could be associated with the trauma of the ordeal, and that I should go see a psychiatrist, but I suspect that this is no ordinary dream." A normal dream would definitely have some details that are different, even if they recur every night. But this dream is, at the very least, constant in the parts which I can recall. To a seer, these kinds of dreams are seen as revelations given by the divine, Klein said, half consoling and half explaining. Can you describe the dream to me? Joyce clenched his fists and up to his. He thought deep for a moment before saying, I dreamed that I was falling from the alfalfa into the ocean. The ocean was dark red, as if it was filled with rotting blood. As I fell, I was grabbed by a person on the boat. I could not identify him, but I know that he was very strong. And I was also holding on to a person in an attempt to save him from falling into the sea. I know that person. He was a passenger of the alfalfa, Eunice Kim. Because of his weight and his struggling, I could not bear the weight and could only release my hands and watch him get devoured by the sea of blood. At that moment, the person above me also released his hand. I flailed my arms, hoping to grab onto something, but there was nothing. I could only plummet rapidly. Then I wake up in horror, sweat covering my back and forehead. Klein held his forehead and gently rapped it as though he was thinking. He then organized his words and said, Mr. Meyer, nightmares, similar nightmares, and repeated nightmares. These are all psychological problems and have a corresponding source. The same nightmare recurring time and time again is a reminder from your spirituality. It is also a revelation given to you by the divine. Upon seeing Joyce appearing confused, he elaborated, Do not have any doubt an ordinary person's spirituality is also capable of giving reminders. I do not know what exactly happened on the alfalfa, but I can see that it was a tragedy of blood and steel. It has left a deep trauma in you. Seeing Joyce nod slightly, Klein continued, You must have been very horrified, very fearful on the ship. It is easy for a person to lose their observational skills when overwhelmed by such intense emotions, thus missing signs that they should not have been missed. This does not mean that you have not seen those signs, but you have disregarded them, you understand. Disregarded. In your subconscious, in your spirituality, the details that you have missed are present all the same. If the thing that the detail is pointing toward is important enough, then your spirituality will remind you in the form of a dream. Previously, I had similar case of disregarding a feeling, only to later realize that the diary was with Ray Bieber. But I was more sensitive and had stronger spirituality. I was also more knowledgeable about mysticism, and thus could make a deduction more quickly. Klein paused for a few seconds and looked into Joyce Meyer's eyes. Did Mr. Eunice Kim, who you let fall into the sea of blood, requested you of something on the boat, but was ultimately unable to escape his fate? Joyce fidgeted his body unnaturally. He opened his mouth several times before answering. Yes, but I do not pity him. Perhaps a few days or a week from now you will see in the newspapers how cruel and evil he was. He raped and murdered at least 3 ladies, and tossed a baby into the raging sea. He also led a bunch of savages who had lost their rationality and brutally massacred the passengers and crew of the boat. He was scheming, strong, and evil. I did not dare, nor could I stop him. I would only have forfeited my life. I am not doubting what you did, Klein said, making clear his stand. Then he explained. But your dream is telling me that you are feeling regret and sorry. You believe that you should not have released your hand back then. Since you believe that killing him was an act of justice, then why are you feeling regret and sorry for it? So much so that you have recurring dreams about you releasing your hand. I don't know either. Joyce shook his head, confused. Klein crossed his hands and placed it under his chin. He attempted to analyze the situation. Incorporating what I just described, it seems you have missed certain details. For instance, anything that Eunice Kim mentioned, his contents of his plea, the way he presented himself, etc. I cannot recall the incident for you, so please think about it carefully. There's nothing. All he could say back then was, "Spare me, I surrender," Joyce muttered in puzzlement. Klein did not know exactly what happened, so he could only guide him based on what he understood from the dream. Perhaps you felt that Eunice Kim was more useful alive, that he could prove something or to explain something. Joyce knitted his brows. It was a while before he said, "Perhaps. I still find the conflict that arose on the Alfalfa happened too suddenly and turned intense too quickly. It was as if the passive evil in everyone's heart just erupted uncontrollably. It was too abnormal, very abnormal. Perhaps I wish to interrogate Eunice Kim why he acted as though he was possessed by the devil in the first place." Klein suddenly had a stroke of inspiration after hearing Joyce's dreamy description. He spoke mysteriously, with a tone unique to charlatans. "No, that's not the only reason." "What?" Joyce seemed shocked. Klein crossed his hands and held his chin up. He stared straight into Joyce's eyes and said with a slow, yet forceful tone, "Not only did you find the matter abnormal, but you also saw some things that you disregarded. And putting together these things that you disregarded results in a terrifying conclusion. Your spirituality is telling you that there is someone who should be under the highest suspicion, and that person is the one who had grabbed you but ultimately released his hand in the dream. You do not suspect him subconsciously, and thus you are unable to identify him. He is your partner. He once had control over your fate, or maybe even saved you before." Joyce leaned back suddenly, slamming into the back of the chair with a dull thud. His forehead slowly became laced with sweat, his eyes filled with confusion. I see it." Joyce suddenly stood up, noisily, causing his chair to wobble and nearly fall. "Mr. Triss." He used all the energy in him to utter the name. He was a friendly and bashful little boy with a round face. He was the hero that saved the survivors. Klein did not interrupt Joyce's thoughts. He leaned back slightly and waited. Joyce's expression changed several times, finally returning to normal, a normal that had a little paleness. He revealed a rueful smile. "I understand now. Thank you for interpreting my dream. Perhaps it is time for me to make a trip to the police station." He took out his leather wallet and fished out a 1 soldi note. "I do not think that money can fully represent your worth, and I can only give you the price you asked for. This is for you." Joyce pushed the note towards Klein. "I wouldn't have minded if you gave me 10 pounds. 1 soldi, you sure are like your fiancé." Klein kept up his mysterious vibe as a charlatan and said nothing, smiling as he pressed on the note. Joyce took a deep breath, wore his hat, and turned to walk toward the door. As he was unlocking the door, he suddenly turned back and said with sincerity, "Thank you, Master Moretti." "Master," Klein laughed to himself. He watched as Joyce left the divination room and said silently to himself, "Whatever happened on the Alfalfa seems extraordinary. If only the captain was here, he would be able to understand everything that happened in Joyce Mayer's dreams. Tuesday at dawn, Backland, Empress Borough." Audrey, who woke up earlier, beckoned her golden retriever Susie over. She said with a serious tone, "Susie, you are also a Beyonder now. We are the same kind, you... No, what I mean is that we have to help each other. Guard the door later and don't let anyone disturb me. I have to conduct a ritual." Susie looked at her mistress and shook her tail in exasperation. Chapter 64, Instigator. After instructing her golden retriever, Susie, Audrey paced around, seemingly worried. She too was uncertain if the ritualistic magic would result in anything odd. "Let's do this." Her eyes turned calm as she used her state as a bystander to view the imagined process. Soon she came to a new arrangement. Audrey unlocked the door to her bedroom and said to Susie, "Susie, sit here. If Annie and the rest try to barge their way in, immediately go to the bathroom to inform me." In order to prevent any accidents, her personal maidservant had the key to unlock her door. Susie looked at her enigmatically and wagged her tail thrice. "Very good. I will let you choose anything you want for lunch today." Audrey pumped her fist gently. After exhorting Susie, she entered the bathroom. The square bathtub was 3 to 4 meters on each side. There was clear water rippling gently in it, with steam emitting from it. It was quite a dreamy sight. Audrey tidied up a rectangular table with many bottles placed on it. Then she went back out and moved candles, sacrificial items, and a white robe over. Immediately after that, she closed the bathroom door. With everything done, Audrey heaved a sigh of relief and picked up a translucent light blue bottle beside the 4 candles. The cylindrical bottle shimmered dreamily under the light. In it was the essence oils she had distilled from a mixture yesterday. As an aficionado of mysticism, she had no lack of research regarding such items. She had many different kinds of pure dew, flower essence, perfume, essential oils, and incense that she brewed herself at home. As such, she had already finished the initial preparations according to the Fool's instructions. Moonflowers, gold mint, slumber flowers, fingered citron, and rock rose. What an odd concoction, Audrey mumbled softly. Oh, one has to cleanse one's body and calm their mind before engaging in ritualistic magic. This is a form of reverence to the divine, to the target. As she went through the entire process in her head, she placed the ritual's essential oil beside her bathtub. She reached out and began disrobing what she wore at home. Pieces of her silk clothing fell into the laundry basket one after another. Audrey coiled up her hair into a bun and tested the water's temperature with her hand. Then she carefully stepped into the bathtub, allowing her body to slowly sink into the water's warm embrace. Phew! She exhaled comfortably, finding herself warm all over. She felt abnormally relaxed. I don't even want to move a single finger. Audrey forcefully pumped herself out as she grabbed the translucent light blue bottle beside her and dripped a few drops into the water. A waft of fragrance dispersed, filling the silence with a refreshing smell. Audrey breathed in a few times and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. It smells really good. How relaxing, how comfortable. I don't want to move at all. All I wish is to lie here in silence. Silence, in silence. See-lence. After losing her sense of time, Audrey suddenly heard barking. She opened her eyes in shock, looking to her sides in a daze. She had no idea when Susie had opened the door and she was squatting outside the bathtub, looking at her with an exasperated look. As she rubbed the corners of her eyes, Audrey felt that the water had cooled down quite significantly. I fell asleep, she subconsciously asked herself. Susie looked at her without barking or wagging her tail. Haha, the effects of that bottle of ritual essential oil sure is great. Yeah, really great, Audrey chuckled dryly as she explained with a cheerful tone. She stood up, retrieved a towel, and as she wrapped and wiped her body, said to the golden retriever beside her, Susie, continue keeping watch. Do not let Annie and the rest enter. Only when the golden retriever left did she secretly stick out her tongue. She threw her towel aside and wore a clean white robe. After closing the door to the bathroom, Audrey recalled the ritual she had memorized. She picked up 4 candles and placed them on the 4 corners of the table. A loaf of white bread at the top left corner, a bowl of Fana Potter noodles at the top right corner. Smells great, but it's a little cold. No, it's not time to think of this. Paella at the bottom left corner, and Desi Pie at the bottom right. Audrey set up the altar according to the fool's descriptions seriously, shaking her head twice during the process. After she was done with the preparation, she left her 4 candles lit. She picked up a silver knife and stabbed it into a pile of coarse salt. After narrating the sacred incantation in Hermes, Audrey raised the knife with beautiful patterns and placed it into a cup filled with clear water. After focusing her mind, she pulled out the silver sacred blade, cogitating her spirituality to spew out and spread from her blade. Invisible energy spewed out as Audrey held the knife and circled the altar once. When she felt that a spirituality wall was fully erected around her, she expelled all the uncleanliness and distractions outside. Maintaining her spectator state, she prevented her excitement and joy from affecting the ritual. She put down the silver knife and picked up the tiny light blue crystalline bottle and dripped a drop on each candle. Sizzle. A faint fragrance emanated as Audrey's body, heart, and soul seemed to attain tranquility. She drew a breath as she lowered her head in reverence and began chanting the incantation in Hermes. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. You are the mysterious ruler above the gray fog. You are the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. I pray for your help. I pray for your loving grace. I pray for you to give me a good dream. Moonflower, an herb that belongs to the red moon, please bestow your powers to my incantation. Fingered citron, an herb that belongs to the sun, please bestow your powers to my incantation. Right after Audrey chanted the incantation and hoped to cogitate the contents of her plea, she felt there was a stir within the spirituality wall. She saw a dark red star swirling on the back of her hand. Her heart leaped as she hurriedly closed her eyes and calmed her heart to plead sincerely. When everything was over, she surveyed her surroundings wondrously, but did not find anything odd. Is that all? Audrey knitted her eyebrows slightly as she whispered. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck, the fool that doesn't belong to this era. In the Blue Avenger's captain cabin, Alger Wilson, in his windstorm robe, was silently reciting the 3 lines of description he had heard in the afternoon. He seemed to be attempting to find clues of the person's identity through it. He shook his head and stood up in a clearly vexed manner, but ultimately did not do anything. Alger was not at ease inside the Blue Avenger, an ancient ship that was a relic from the Tudor dynasty. Although he was already in control of the ship, he had a gut feeling that there were still many hidden secrets, just like the Blood Emperor. Therefore, he planned on using the ship to test the Fool's powers, but did not wish to attempt the unknown ritualistic magic on the ship. Alger ruminated for a few minutes before leaving the captain's cabin and went on deck. He said to the few sailors, "We will be reaching the Rorstead archipelago soon. We will be anchoring there for a day." The sailors immediately cheered as they shouted in unison, "Thank you, Your Grace." As the ghost ship did not need sailors, there were very few sailors on board. There was no need to worry about their supplies being able to enjoy fresh food and clean water. However, day after day of voyaging at sea and the nearly unending vistas exhausted them both physically and mentally. It felt like they were always repressed and tolerating something until they lost control. As for the Rorstead archipelago, it was a famous colony on the Sonia Sea. Their business was booming, and they had all kinds of industries. "I simply can't wait." A crew member gyrated his hips and sniggered a meaningful laugh that all men would understand. On the public carriage toward Zutaland Street, Klein, who was reading the newspapers leisurely, suddenly jolted. He seemed to hear an ethereal voice calling out to him. Shapeless murmurs resounded in his mind as his forehead throbbed uncontrollably. The contents of the calling that could not be heard left as fast as it came. In just 10 seconds it was gone. Klein pinched his forehead and resisted the throbbing pain deep in his brain. Is this the murmurings of unknown existences that old Neil mentioned? A result of having enhanced spiritual perception? Thoughts flashed through Klein's mind as he suddenly saw 4 black dots appear on the back of his right hand. They were like tiny, inconspicuous moles. The 4 black dots that stemmed from the luck enhancement ritual quickly sank, dimmed, and vanished. Klein looked at it in surprise and had an additional guess about what had just happened. Justice or the hanged man has attempted the ritualistic magic I gave them. Was my train of thought right? Those 3 descriptions have precisely pointed towards me through the mysterious space above the gray fog. But I'm far from powerful enough. I can't hear the contents of their requests. I wonder if the information is stored above the gray fog. Yes, I should confirm it by entering tonight. Klein felt a little perturbed and agitated. He quickly raised his newspaper and hid his face, preventing anyone from seeing the changes to his expression. Soon, he arrived at Zootland Street and entered the Blackthorn Security Company. Before he could greet Roseanne, Klein saw Captain Dunn Smith walk out. He held a piece of paper with a portrait on it. Take a look at this internal warrant of arrest. A very cruel and vicious beyonder has entered Tingen. Dressed in his black windbreaker, the hatless Dunn swept his gaze over and handed the piece of paper in passing. Klein received it, and the first thing that entered his vision was a portrait sketch. The sketch was of boy with a round face. He looked amiable, with a tiny hint of bashfulness, and was fairly young, probably about 18 or 19 years old. Triss, a suspected beyonder. The initial estimate is that he's a Sequence 8 instigator, and we are not eliminating the possibility that the Theosophy Order is behind it. The culprit behind the massacre of the Alfalfa. According to a witness testimony, he came to Tingen after leaving Enmet Harbor. His current whereabouts are unknown. Triss, Alfalfa. It's actually a crime committed by a beyonder. Klein suddenly recalled the dream interpretation from yesterday afternoon and Joyce Meyer's description. He immediately said, "Captain, I know one of the witnesses. He might very well be an important witness." "I know. Joyce Meyer. My help was requested by the machinery hive mind last night. I saw you in Joyce's dream. Many details have led to the confirmation that the Alfalfa tragedy was a result of Triss." Dunn's gray eyes looked unperturbed as he chuckled. "How uninteresting. Captain, thankfully it was my rest day yesterday, and not me acting as seer during working hours," Klein lampooned. He barely missed the horror of being caught skiving by his direct superior. He asked instead, which sequence pathway is instigator? What kind of organization is the Theosophy Order? Was instigating others to kill each other the method Triss used to eliminate the side effects of the potion, or was it a requirement needed to advance? Dunn thought for a few seconds and said, "Coincidentally, it's about time for you to learn the relevant information regarding Beyonders and the mysterious organizations. You shouldn't be ordered by old Neil to keep reading the historical documents all the time." "Captain, wasn't the reason for recruiting me to be your history expert?" Klein did not dare point out the problem as he nodded seriously. "All right." Chapter 65, Beyonder Information. With a document signed by Dunn, Klein went underground and turned into the armory. Dunn is right. It's time you understand the different Beyonders and the various secret organizations. Dressed in a black classic robe, old Neil read the note without finding it surprising. Instead, he supported the captain's decision. He then added immediately with a smile, "After all, you will be heading to the underground market with me tomorrow night." Tomorrow night? Klein did not conceal his pleasant surprise as he asked to confirm. Old Neil nodded and said with a sigh, "I'm a person who can't sleep when in debt. I always wish to settle them as soon as I can." "You did not seem to act so previously. You left it to the last moment before using ritualistic magic to resolve the problem. So I'm not the only one suffering from procrastination. Wait, is there a need to euphemize afraid to spend away the money to repay a loan?" Klein did not expose old Neil and instead urged, "Mr. Neil, I'll be troubling you to retrieve the corresponding information from Chanis Gate." There were mostly archaeological and historical documents in the armory. There were documents involving Beyonders and mysterious organizations, but few in number. Furthermore, they were mostly basic knowledge. Old Neil slowly took a sip from his hand-ground coffee and smacked his lips. He then walked out the armory with the signed and stamped document. Klein watched the place on his behalf. About 10 minutes later, Old Neil returned with a huge stack of documents. "They can only be read in here. They are not to be taken out," he warned as he placed the information on the desk. "All right." Klein gave a firm nod. He extended his hands and quickly flipped through the pages and did a general read-through. Very detailed, as expected of the Nighthawk's internal documents, as expected of a church with 4,000 years history or even more. Klein sighed inwardly as he glanced through the documents. Not only did the documents introduce the various secret organizations, it also listed down many of the sequence pathways. It was very complete. Some of them only wrote the potion name of the corresponding sequence, while others only described the Beyonder abilities of the corresponding sequence. Some were completely missing and left blank. While holding back his excitement, Klein found the sequence pathway that led from Seer. He ruffled through the pages and soon found a familiar word. Then his delighted expression quickly froze because there was no corresponding potion name, sequences 7 and 8, after Seer. Thankfully, the abilities of the two following sequences are present. Klein silently exhaled as he calmed his mind and read the description seriously. Sequence 8. Potion name unknown. The corresponding Beyonder is good at fighting with artifice and very crafty. Good at fighting with artifice. This is the next advancement of Seer. Why does it feel odd? I'm not a hunter. Am I going to become a melee mage? What does crafty mean? My intelligence is enhanced, making me good at fooling the enemy. Klein was stunned. He even suspected that the Nighthawks' information was wrong. There were corresponding case studies appended, but he could not find a reasonable explanation despite reading it repeatedly. He cast his gaze lower as the description of Sequence 7 entered his eyes. Potion name unknown. The corresponding Beyonder is good at many spells that can be quickly cast, fuses one's body's skill and supernatural powers as one. That's more like it. This is what an advancement of a seer should sound like. Klein heaved a sigh of relief. After seeing the case studies of Sequence 7, he cast his eyes to the overall description of the pathway. This sequence pathway was first established by the Solomon Empire's Zaratul family. During the conflicts of the Fourth Epoch, the family was not fully destroyed. The family's name was occasionally heard in the history of the Fifth Epoch. It is suspected to be connected to the ancient organization, the Secret Order. Zaratul. Upon seeing this name, Klein's eyes constricted. He had just seen this name appear in the remnant diary pages of Emperor Roselle yesterday afternoon. Roselle's acting came from a reminder by the mysterious figure known as Zaratul. Because of that mysterious Zaratul, Emperor Roselle regretted not choosing Seer. Therefore, I was indirectly influenced, turning me into a Seer. It makes acting return to the embrace of the Seer. It feels like it was all predestined. Klein knitted his brows and felt that things were somewhat different. Just from the logical chain, he did not feel that there was anything wrong in any aspect. However, in the domain of mysticism, predestiny often manifested things and involved new problems. In addition, transmigration is quite a baffling matter. It's just confusing. And the guy I've possessed tried to commit suicide because of the lost notebook of the secret order. Klein thought for quite a while and had many guesses, but lacked the information needed to prove them. Phew. After repeatedly reading the information, he finally suppressed his ideas and read the other records. He first found the sailor sequence and discovered that it indeed belonged to the Lord of Storms. For an old opponent that they haven't faced for perhaps more than 2,000 to 3,000 years, the Nighthawk's internal records were rather detailed. Sequence 8, Folk of Rage, Ancient Name, Guardian of the Windstorm. The corresponding Beyonder can release several strikes that exceed ordinary thresholds when enraged. Their strength and speed are greatly enhanced. Facing them is like facing a storm. Sequence 7, Seafarer, Ancient Name, Windstorm Priest. The corresponding Beyonder is also a scholar of astronomy and geography. They have an intuitive grasp of magnetic fields, ocean currents, wind direction, and clouds. A boat with a seafarer will never get lost at sea. They are even more beloved by the oceans and gain enhancements in every aspect at sea. They are friends of water. They can act freely underwater for more than half an hour. They can cast a limited number of water-related spells. Some are a result of their own capabilities, and some are a bestowment from the Lord of Storms. For example, a Sequence 7. Seafarer is very powerful. Klein nodded while in deep thought. He suspected that the Hanged Man was a guardian of the windstorm, if not a seafarer. From how he has recently advanced, it was more likely he was the latter. This also indicated in a way that the Hanged Man was either a member of the mandated Punisher, or a pirate who had been secretly absorbed by the Church of the Lord of Storms. Impressive. Impressive. Klein flipped back a few pages and found the advancement of Spectator. He discovered that the description was identical to what the Hanged Man had said. Sequence 9, Spectator was like a seer. They lacked direct combat means and could only observe a target to obtain information, gleaning the true thoughts of the target. By doing so, they could provide subtle influences and guidance to cause situations to develop in a way they wish. Sequence 8. Telepathic was the advancement of Spectator. Their observation was not only limited to superficial details, but deeper into one's aura, ether body, or other mysterious domains. The combination of the two allowed a telepathic to precisely understand a person's thoughts, as though they could read their minds. In front of them, it was difficult to have any secrets. Sequence 7's Psychiatrist, which was also known as Psychianalyst, had further enhancements above the Sequence 8 foundations. They could begin directly influencing a target. For instance, they could treat a target's maniacal problems or, alternatively, cause them to turn maniacal and lose their reason. A Beyonder that is very difficult to be noticed. After reading the description, Klein made a reasoned judgment. After understanding the relevant information concerning the gathering members, he flipped to the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery. This was because Emperor Roselle had chosen their Savant sequence. Sequence 9, Savant. The corresponding Beyonder believes that knowledge is power. They have a rough understanding of the supernatural, but are more knowledgeable about aqua regia, nitroglycerin, and complicated bolts and gears. They seem to know everything. It is no wonder that the Emperor Roselle said that this potion suited him perfectly, allowing for him to press his advantage to the fullest. Klein understood completely as he shifted his eyes down. After several case studies, the corresponding Sequence 8 finally appeared in Klein's vision. Archaeologist, They possess a good deal of knowledge about history and outdoor survival, as well as forbidden knowledge about ruins. They have a strong enough body and ability to face everything. Sequence 7, Appraiser. They can intuitively understand the powers and problems of most extraordinary items, and can use them while keeping danger at its lowest. As Klein's security clearance was insufficient, he only had access to sequence pathways up to 7. It left him a little frustrated, but there was no other way around it. He only wished that Backlund would quickly send over the sealed artifact to 049 to determine if Ray Bieber was a descendant of the Antigonus family. That way, he would have a chance of becoming a formal member and obtain a higher security clearance. Collecting himself, Klein read the material seriously from cover to cover. He knew that the sequences following Corpse Collector were Gravedigger and Spirit Medium. He also knew that there was no information about the sequence 8 of the Mystery Prior Path. Not only was there no name for the potion, but even the description had been left blank. There was a name for sequence 7 of that path. Warlock. Sounds impressive. Klein slowly flipped the page and saw Apprentice and Marauder, which Emperor Roselle had lingering thoughts for. Their records only reached sequence 8, and nothing more. Sequence 9, Apprentice. Their abilities are rather strange. It can only be confirmed that this is the originating pathway of a mage. They are rarely trapped and very difficult to be stopped. They often are able to escape and pass through obstacles every time. Sequence 8, Trickmaster. They wield all kinds of strange but impotent spells. Sequence 9, Marauder. Difficult to separate these Beyonders from ordinary bandits or thieves. Perhaps the means available to them are more impressive, but their goal of stealing riches is not for enjoyment or survival. It's more like answering a calling. Sequence 8, Sequencers. We have also discovered traces of Beyonders in fraud investigations. They gain enjoyment from swindling. This is acting in a different form, isn't it? If I had the choice, I might have chosen Apprentice, Klein silently said to himself. Suddenly he discovered the corresponding sequence potion of the culprit of the Alfalfa tragedy, Triss, Instigator. Chapter 66, Demoness Sect. Sequence 8, Instigator. They are adept at triggering the evil desires deep in people's hearts, causing contradictions and inciting conflict, thus resulting in bloody massacres. The description isn't detailed enough. From the looks of it, the Nighthawks do not understand the capabilities of this potion well enough. But it does match the characteristics of the Alfalfa tragedy. Klein cast his gaze up and read the corresponding Sequence 9 for Instigator. Sequence 9, Assassin. Can transform their bodies in a short period of time and become light as a feather. They can also utilize vision equal to that of an eagle. Every assassin is adept at hiding in the shadows. They have dexterous steps and have the ability to release all their strength in one blow. After reading the description, Klein was left completely confused. Assassin. The advancement from Assassin is Instigator. This advancement is just as odd as how a seer advances to a class that is good at fighting with artifice. Some sequence pathways advance in a very ordinary fashion, such as Spectator. Yet there are sequence pathways that seem to violate intuition and logic. Well, that might not be completely true. Perhaps I just haven't discovered some of the hidden common points. For instance, assassins and instigators can both bring catastrophe to others. But I can't figure out the advancement of Seer. Hey, could it be of the Gandalf one lineage? After adding some supportive magic, the other attribute points are dumped into strength and techniques. As Klein lampooned in a speechless manner, he silently shook his head. He flipped to the section about the secret organization, the Theosophy Order that involved instigators. Theosophy Order, a secret organization that appeared in the Fifth Epoch, which is the early era of the current epoch. They believe that the mind is fundamental to a person, while the physical flesh is a cage that restrains the mind. The reason why humans do evil is a result of the physical body's influence. One has to use their spirituality to obtain knowledge, allowing the mind to gradually extricate from the body. Then, through the trials of the stars, they will eventually be separated from the material world, returning to the purest and truest self, obtaining eternal redemption. Therefore, many extremist members of the Theosophy Order will make destroying the bodies of others their goal, which has led to many bloody massacres. It is obvious that they possess two sequence pathways. The first is the more common apprentice and trickmaster potions among their members. The other sequence, comprised of assassin and instigator, rarely appear. There is currently no evidence that indicates that the Theosophy Order possesses sequence 7 or higher potions. It is unknown how the Theosophy Order established itself. Their possible origins can only be analyzed using the two sequence pathways. Firstly, the apprentice and trickmaster sequences easily remind people of the Abraham family of the Trickmaster dynasty in the Fourth Epoch. The Tamara family, tied to the Abraham family through marriage for extended periods of time, cannot be eliminated as well. Secondly, assassin and instigator point towards the Demoness sect, the Abraham, Tamara, Antigonus, and Zaratul families, the Solomon Empire's Dark Emperor, the Tudor dynasty's Blood Emperor, the Trunsoest Empire, and the Jacob and Ammon families that the Hanged Man had mentioned. There are really lots of secrets buried in the history of the Fourth Epoch. There might be a lot of facts, too. Klein was astounded from what he read. He had a deep appreciation for how the history of the Fourth Epoch was clouded in fog. The outline he could see through the fog left him shuddering involuntarily. It was as though he could imagine a thriving era of Beyonders, an epoch with blood and strangeness in a concerted dance, or horror and distortion in a symphony. Klein drew in a silent gasp and flipped through the book, but did not discover any corresponding descriptions of the Demoness sect. He looked up and saw old Neil wrestling with some filter paper with his hand-ground coffee. He asked sincerely, "Mr. Neil, what organization is the Demoness sect? I can't find any introduction about them in the documents." Old Neil was in no hurry to respond. After wrestling with his coffee, he chuckled and said, "Your security clearance isn't high enough. Even with Dunn's permission, you would not be able to read the relevant information. It can also be said that a lot of the information is only available in the Holy Cathedral and isn't stored behind Tingen City's Chanis Gate. Perhaps wait till the day you become a captain of the Nighthawks. You would be sent to the Holy Cathedral for training and would then be able to access them." I do not understand much about the Demoness sect. All I know is that they worship the primordial Demoness. They believe that this secret existence is the true inheritor of the Creator. She was born out of the chaos, and was the earliest to be born from the Creator's body. She is also the ultimate ender that ends everything. Their sequence pathways are related to this, because to obtain the favor of the primordial Demoness, and to approach this secret existence, the upper echelons are all female. This is also why they are called the Demoness sect. Now I say it, anything else is not something a formal member like me will know. I've heard that the Demonesses make it their mission to spread catastrophes. Spread catastrophes. This does match the hidden commonality of assassin and instigator. But this Mr. Triss's future seems bleak. The subsequent potions seem to be more suited for females. Kleins nodded slightly before he continued reading the information. After he finished reading, he realized that the secret organizations were a lot more than he imagined. But on second thought, he found it very ordinary. After all, this world had so many years of history underlying it. There was once an era when Beyonder powers were extremely active. According to the provided information, Klein categorized the secret organizations into three based on era. First were the ancient organizations born in the Fourth Epoch. They included but were not limited to the Moses Ascetic Order, Secret Order, and the Blood Sanctify sect, which were followers of the devil. However, the information only mentioned the Demoness sect. Amnai. The second was the secret organizations early in the Fifth Epoch, the present epoch. For instance, the Theosophy Order or the death-worshipping Numinous Episcopate. There is also the Life School of Thought, which employs a master-disciple heritage, and the Rose School of Thought, known among Beyonders for its bloody sacrifices. The third category were new organizations that appeared in the recent century or two. They include the Aurora Order, the Iron and Blood Cross Order, the Element Dawn, and the Psychology Alchemists, which Klein learned about much earlier. Apart from them, there were other organizations that did not do anything major. Benson and Melissa must have never imagined that the world is so dangerous. It's not only limited to wars. Klein shook his head with a wry smile. He stacked the classified documents neatly before pushing it to old Neil. Meanwhile, he added silently in his heart, "Please don't let my tarot club be on the list." Old Neil never suspected that a leader of a secret organization was sitting opposite to him. He chuckled and took the documents and headed to Chanis Gate. Klein sat there and wondered if he should divine the location of Instigator Triss. But he abandoned the thought after less than 20 seconds. After all, he only had a vague idea of Triss's appearance and did not know if the name was genuine. If he could figure out his location with that, he would not be a seer, but a prophet. By the time old Neil returned, Klein had straightened his thought processes and continued his revision of mysticism studies to grasp even more forms of ritualistic magic. He spent the day studying and revising. He did not participate in the joint operation needed for capturing Instigator Triss. He did hear that the delivery of sealed artifact 2049 from Backland had been delayed due to some reason or another. The actual time of arrival was still pending. As he had earned nearly 2 soli from yesterday's divination, Klein spent 10 pence to buy a 2-liter barrel of Enmet beer for Benson on the way home. He also bought some lemon cakes fresh out of the oven for Melissa. "Klein, I know you care for us deeply, but there's no need. There's no need to keep spending money on such matters," said Benson after he saw the tiny barrel of beer and deliberating over his words. Melissa stood beside him and nodded slightly. "This is probably how our consumerist habits differ." Klein sighed in amusement. "Benson, Melissa, don't worry. This was bought with my additional reimbursement. Yeah, I earn an additional 2 to 4 soli every week. I can't tell them that these are the earnings I got from doing divinations for others, right?" he added inwardly. "That job of yours is much better than I imagined." Benson was taken aback as he made an objective assessment. "That's right. I even learned divination from it," Klein mused silently before turning toward the kitchen. Under the combined efforts of the trio of siblings, a sumptuous dinner was ready for eating. After having their fill, Klein, Benson, and Melissa lay slumped in the living hall. It took them quite a while before they got up to clean up, chat, and study. When Benson and Melissa fall asleep, I'll head above the gray fog to see the effects of the ritual. As Klein revised his history textbooks, he shot a glance at his siblings. West Borough. Iron Cross Street, Lower Street. A 3-storied apartment was immersed in darkness. There were no street lamps or any additional light. Suddenly, a figure leaped out of a window from the 3rd floor. It landed gently on the ground like a feather without causing so much as a stir. His body crouched and suddenly vanished as though he had blended into the shadows. All that could be seen was the outline of his body. As he traveled quickly, the figure arrived at the harbor. He headed for a corner devoid of anything except for a pile of goods. He seriously observed for a moment, circling the area twice before leaving the darkness and entering the corner. One could see his round and amiable face. He was instigator Triss, who had single-handedly caused the tragedy of the Alfalfa. "How does it feel?" A mysterious figure wearing a black hooded robe walked out of the shadows. The hoarse voice obviously belonged to a woman. Triss revealed a friendly and satisfied smile. "Feels great. It was a scene I dreamed and yearned for. I think I have appropriately completed the mission and have taken the necessary preparations for the advancement." The black-robed woman nodded indiscernibly and said, "Very well. According to the promise, I'll hand you the Sequence 7 formula and the 3 main ingredients. You will have to gather the rest by yourself." "No problem," Triss answered, seemingly prepared. The mysterious woman raised her hand and handed a book-like object to Triss. The book had an ancient and mottled bronze exterior cover with a strange star-shaped lock on its side. Triss knew that inside the book was the formula and ingredients. He instantly became thrilled. He tried hard to compose himself as he looked curiously at the potion's name on the bronze outer cover. "Witch!" Triss exclaimed. He found it unbelievable that the word written in ancient Hermes was witch. "Witch? I'll advance to become a witch? What a joke!" The mysterious woman covered her mouth and let out a chortle. It took her quite some time before she answered, "Weren't you always curious? Curious about why our upper echelons are all female? That is the answer." Chapter 67, Response. The crimson moon, high in the sky, hung silently in the darkness. It illuminated Tingen's city, the city of universities, as it gradually fell silent. Klein stood in front of his desk and looked through his oriel windows to see the empty Daffodil Street. He heard the sound of carriages quickly galloping far away without causing a din. He picked up his vine-leaf-patterned silver pocket watch and snapped it open. He took a glance at it and drew the curtains, making the yellowish lights of the gas lamp reflect back into the bedroom. Klein turned around at an adequate speed, locked his room, and switched off the gas valve. The room was immediately covered in darkness. Only a sliver of red moonlight penetrated the curtains. It gave rise to an atmosphere perfect for many late-night folk tales. Klein took out the silver knife he had applied for. He imagined the spherical light and entered a half-cogitation state. He focused his mind according to his previous practice, allowing his spirituality to spew out from the tip of his blade. Then he allowed their motion to miraculously fuse with his surroundings, sealing off the room. He was doing it to prevent any abnormal stirrings that could wake Benson and Melissa. Following that, Klein put down the knife and walked 4 steps in a counterclockwise manner. Every step was accompanied by the incantation from Earth. The unchanging roars and murmurs inundated him. With the same mania and pain inflicted on him, he did his best to control himself and withstood the most grueling and dangerous stage in his half-conscious state. The grayish-white fog was endless. The dark red stars were at varying distances from him. The towering divine palace stood erect like a dead giant. Nothing seemed to have changed. The silence and antiquity that had accumulated over thousands of years swarmed him. "No, there is a change," Klein silently muttered to himself. His gaze locked onto a dark red star near him. That was the star symbolizing justice. The star's deep redness began to pulse. It did so with average amplitude, but did not stop. Klein carefully spread out his spirituality towards the deep redness. The moment the two made contact, he felt a hum in his head. He saw a blurry and distorted scene and heard the illusory but stacked voice of prayers. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. You are the mysterious ruler above the gray fog. You are the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. I pray for your help. I pray for your loving grace. I pray for you to give me a good dream. I pray for you to give me a good dream. I pray for you to give me a good dream. The female voice resounded constantly in an intermittent fashion. Klein's psyche turned more irritable and chaotic. It was akin to listening to someone upstairs pounding on the floor when he had just fallen asleep. He repressed his emotions and used cogitation to calm the urge. He carefully discerned the blurry scene that appeared before him. It was a girl dressed in white robes. She had a head of beautiful golden hair. She was standing before 4 flickering flames, her head lowered as she kept chanting. From the distorted image, Klein barely recognized her to be Miss Justice. At this point, he confirmed that the ritual incantation he had created could precisely point towards the gray fog, towards him. This gave him a huge sense of achievement, going from nothing to having something. I won't praise myself for being awesome. Klein's mood turned for the better. He felt that the pleading voice that echoed in his ears like a buzzing fly was now acceptable. With a thought, he attempted to create a response in his mind, transferring it through the intricate connection to the dark red star. I'm aware. The gray layer emanated before him. A distorted and blurry figure stood in the deepest depths. The spot where his eyes ought to be swirled with deep redness as his voice resounded repeatedly in the vast and empty world. I'm aware. I'm aware. I'm aware. Audrey Hall was jolted awake suddenly. She sat up with her blanket wrapped around her as her mind was fully occupied with the scenes she saw in her dream. She knew very well that she had dreamed of the fool, the mysterious being that lived above the fog. Is this a response to my morning prayers? Audrey, who quickly entered her spectator state, calmed down and analyzed. Although she did not understand why the fool did not respond on the spot and only did so at night, she was still shocked that the ritualistic magic was effective with the few lines of incantation. In the past, she had prayed to the Evernight goddess, but had never received any response. Even if Mr. Fool was not a god, he is likely not far from being one. Audrey slowly inhaled before slowly exhaling. Since he was a powerful existence that she had no means of resisting, she quickly threw aside her worries. She began considering what to do next. First, I have to completely digest the spectator potion. My acting is still pretty good. Second, I have to seek out the psychology alchemists. Third, I should try to obtain the telepathist potion formula from Mr. Fool, or clues regarding the psychology alchemists elsewhere. However, every godlike existence should have a complete sequence pathway that belongs to them. They might not know the formulas of other sequence pathways. A new Beyonder organization like the Psychology Alchemists might not be able to garner Mr. Fool's attention. With the connection severed, Klein sat at the bronze table's seat of honor in a rather good mood. He was completely covered in gray fog. He leaned back and clenched his fist to cover his mouth. He recalled and analyzed the process. At that moment, he was the only living being in the world of the gray fog. Apart from that, there was absolute silence. It seems I can only pass information over and am unable to use the powers in here. From the looks of it, my idea of manipulation would not work. Klein kept prodding his mouth as he silently made a conclusion. He had originally planned on attempting to bind his body with the world of the gray fog in the same manner if the incantation and ritual proved effective. As such, he could then leverage all the power of this mysterious space. If that happened, he could pray to himself, and through such a manipulative manner, he could go around the limitations, the mysteries, and the danger, allowing him to fully use the gray fog world. For example, he could first conduct a ritual and pray to himself for spells. Following that, he could come above the gray fog and answer his own request and bestow it. From the looks of it, I was being too idealistic. My understanding and control of the gray fog world has not reached that level. Klein shook his head in a self-deprecating manner and planned on leaving. At that moment, he saw the dark red star that represented the hanged man begin to pulse. He heard an ethereal and formless voice spread out. I coincidentally chanced upon the hanged man's ritual. Klein nodded in thought. He sat at the seat of honor of the long bronze table and extended his hand to tap on the star. His spirituality spread as it touched the pulsing deep redness. He heard the hanged man's heavy and repeated prayers, along with a blurry scene. The hanged man was draped in a pure black robe in the scene. He stood in front of 4 plumes of fire. The surrounding spirituality had formed a wall, isolating him from any external influence. Klein did not immediately respond. All he did was watch and listen silently. You are the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. I pray for your help. After the hanged man finished his prayer, he waited for a while. Seeing that there was no response, he began dismantling the spirituality wall, extinguished the candles, and tidied up the altar. Finally, he swiped his extended hand as aqueous light spread out, making the altar table look brand new. Water-based spell, the bestowment of the storm. The hanged man is indeed at least a seafarer. Klein nodded slightly. Before the scene vanished, he responded via the method he imagined, transmitting it through the blob of dark redness. Alger Wilson was situated in the Rorstad Archipelago's city of generosity. He had not gone with the sailors to the famous Red Cabaret. Instead, he stayed inside the hotel and sealed the door and windows shut to attempt the ritual the fool had described. After familiarly finishing the prayer, Alger waited patiently for a moment but did not receive any response. It seems this attempt isn't too successful. Mr. Fool needs to change methods. He was both overjoyed but also a little disappointed. After everything was done, Alger planned on going downstairs for a bottle of Lansky Proof, alcohol that could aid a folk of rage to unleash his powers. Mandated punishers of the Lord of Storms were rather fond of this sort of beverage. Pulling open the door, Alger was about to walk out when his vision blurred. He saw the gray fog billow in the corridor, and a hazy human figure sitting in the deepest depths of the fog, as if on a high throne. I'm aware. The familiar deep voice reverberated around Alger's ears, causing him to freeze where he stood as his head slightly throbbed in pain. Alger's eyes suddenly turned dark. He looked around but realized that nothing had changed. There was still the same squeaky floorboard, the same aged wall candle stands, and the same unclean corridor. I'm aware. The voice was still resounding by Alger's ears. His expression sank as he hit his chest lightly with his fist, but did not say any words of respect to the Lord of Storms. After a long silence, Alger's expression was restored to normal, but his gaze seemed deeper. Klein did not spend too much time above the gray fog. When all the remnant voices returned to normal, he enveloped himself in his spirituality and plunged into the gray fog, plummeting into the material world. The lights before him flew by rapidly, like the scenes of a movie played back at a speed tens of times faster than normal. After Klein felt faint, he saw curtains that let crimson moonlight through along with the blurry outlines of the desk and bookshelf. He picked up the silver knife again and removed the spirituality wall in the room. Then a sudden gust of wind opened the door and went through the corridor. He was completely relieved when he saw that there were no stirrings from Benson's or Melissa's room. This luck enhancement ritual is really indispensable for traveling. It's concealed and mystical, Klein silently murmured and closed the door again, walking towards his bed. His mission tomorrow was to head to the underground markets for Beyonder items with old Neil. Chapter 68, Monster. At dusk, the setting sun cast long shadows of the carriages and horses. Having informed Benson and Melissa that he was having dinner at the Blackthorn Security Company, Klein headed to the harbor with old Neil on a public carriage. He was dressed in cheap, formal attire, afraid that conflict might break out in such a complicated location. If he damaged his tuxedo, which he took painstaking care of, he would probably cry his heart out. When the sunlight appeared to turn fiery, the carriage stopped. Old Neil, in his usual classic black robe and felt black hat with a rounded edge, ignored the gazes of others and walked diagonally to the Evil Dragon bar in ahead of them. Even though the bar was slightly far away and the heavy doors were tightly shut, Klein still heard wave after wave of rapturous shouts. They appeared to be cheering on a hero. When he came close, he suddenly sensed something. He turned his head towards the warehouse opposite to the bar. He saw a stocky man dressed in a uniform standing at a hidden corner on the rooftop. The man carried a huge grayish-white mechanical box and held a thick rifle in his hand. The grayish-white mechanical box was obviously connected to the same colored rifle via piping. Steam-pressured rifle, Klein muttered in shock. He looked at old Neil and said, "This bar can actually obtain such weapons." That was a military-controlled item. Although it used extracted phlogiston, the size and weight of the steam backpack were still shocking, something only a true warrior of blood and iron could withstand. The rifle had an extremely high muzzle velocity and shocking destructive power, too. Matched with a suitable scope, it was nearly equivalent to an inferior sniper rifle. What? Old Neil squinted his eyes as he looked over, having a confused look, too. Did something happen here? Something happened? Klein surveyed his surroundings and discovered a few more men holding repeating rifles who were searching for something. What happened? Old Neil approached the bar and asked the brawny man guarding its door outside. The brawny man obviously knew old Neil and smiled wryly. The bar was nearly destroyed earlier. Apparently, a wanted man was here trying to buy materials and was recognized, and this was what resulted from it. Oh Lord, what did he do, and how dangerous was he to receive such treatment? My legs went limp seeing all those firearms, limper than after spending an entire night with Ginger Sonny. He did not know the identity of the wanted man, much less know that the people who came to buy materials had Beyonders mixed in. "Wanted man? Do you know his name?" old Neil asked in interest. "I think it was Triss or something," the brawny man answered uncertainly. "Instigator Triss." Klein nodded in enlightenment, having understood what was happening. Triss did not know that Joyce Meyer had cast his suspicion on him. Therefore, he had sauntered right into the market to purchase materials without heed. He was likely recognized by an informant of either the machinery hive mind or the Nighthawks, resulting in an intense clash. Was he caught? Klein tapped his silver inlaid black cane. Based on the surrounding situation, likely not. The brawny man shook his head slightly and gestured with his chin to the rooftop of the warehouse opposite him. He rushed out before those terrifying guys arrived. Bloody hell, I've never seen a man run faster than he did. You haven't seen the true skills of an assassin, or you might be taken away to some indescribable place for further re-education, Klein thought. Is the market still open? Old Neil changed subjects and asked. "It just restored operations," replied the brawny man affirmatively. "That's great." Old Neil quickened his pace and extended his right hand, pushing open the heavy door. Klein followed closely in tow and walked in. He nearly fainted at the stuffiness and smell of alcohol that inundated him. In the middle of Evil Dragon Bar was a boxing ring. Two half-naked men were in an intense brawl, and surrounding them were dozens of customers, shouting and cheering on the side they supported with no lack of vulgarities. Old Neil ignored them and led Klein around the boxing ring and walked into a billiard room at the back. In the billiard room there were two people holding cue sticks, having a casual conversation. When they saw Old Neil enter, they instantly fell silent for a few seconds. After confirming the visitor's identity, they moved aside and let Old Neil and Klein pass through the secret door behind them. After passing through a few rooms, the sight before Klein's eyes opened up. He saw a place that was about the size of a lecture hall from his previous life. Some vendors had set up roadside stalls with bottles and cans all over. Passers-by strolled through them, either scrutinizing their goods, chatting, or comparing prices. They have to give 5% of their profits to Swain. Ah, he is the boss of Evil Dragon Bar, former captain of a mandated Punisher squad, and older than I am. He's someone who wishes to drink himself to his death, Old Neil explained in a garrulous manner. Klein thought and gave an honest evaluation. A rather profitable business. After all, his only expense was providing the venue and protection. If any item catches your fancy but you lack the money, you can borrow from Swain. But of course, he charges a very high interest. Old Neil trailed off as he gnashed his teeth. As expected, it's like running a casino. They would provide usuries. Klein held his walking stick and looked around as he asked curiously, "Mr. Swain is a seafarer?" The captain of a mandated Punisher squad was likely a Sequence 7. No, he is only a folk of rage. Tingen is not a coastal city, so the Church of the Goddess is much more powerful than Lord of Storms here, Old Neil scoffed. Actually, Swain had the chance of becoming a seafarer, but was afraid that he would lose control, so he chose to give up. Just as Klein was about to ask if the boss of the bar had any experience of nearly losing control, he suddenly felt a strange phenomenon happen on his left. There appeared to be something hidden there, muttering and recounting. Klein turned his head and saw a pale young man. He was wearing an old linen shirt and blue jeans that the working class normally wore. His eyes looked demoralized with a hint of craziness, and he was constantly mumbling. His spiritual perception is very high, or perhaps distorted. Klein creased his eyebrows and muttered. It was the young man's spiritual perception that triggered his own spiritual perception. Generally speaking, spiritual perception sensing something causes some interaction. It was nearly impossible to conceal it from others, but others referred to spirit mediums who had cast their abilities, as well as powerful figures with similar special traits. A beyonder like Klein would actually find it hard to detect, only detecting if one's spiritual perception reached a certain heightened level, or an abnormal distortion happened. They made eye contact, and the pale young man with messy black hair walked towards him with an expression looking as though he was half sleepwalking and half insane. He stopped before Klein and stared at him. Suddenly he guffawed. "Ha ha, it's the smell of death. Death. Ah!" Before he was done talking, he suddenly screamed tragically. His eyes shut tightly as liquid with the color of blood flowed out. "Ah, darn it!" The young man covered his eyes and hugged his head. He struggled on the ground and only calmed down after a while. He then lay there panting. During the entire process, not a single customer or stall vendor looked over. Klein pressed down his halved top hat and looked at old Neil. Klein's mouth was hanging open in shock, using his actions to demonstrate his shock and to request for advice. Don't mind him. He's a demisol, an orphan, nicknamed Monster. He was born with high spiritual perception, and he has always been able to see things that he shouldn't, hear voices that he shouldn't. Hence, he is always raving and often getting hurt. Old Neil shook his head as he explained. Art, he could tell that my body was once dead. Klein knitted his eyebrows and lowered his voice as he asked in doubt, haven't the Nighthawks mandated punishers, or the machinery hive mind ever thought of taking him in? Ice. No, we do not have the sequence potion that suits him, said old Neil with a sigh. Right. He was born with the starting point of half a sequence, Klein asked again curiously. What sequence pathway suits him? The sequence 9 that suits him is called Monster. His nickname came from there. It's a pity that only the life school of thought has control over the sequence pathway's beginning, old Neil replied softly. He tried to keep the conversation between him and Klein from the people around them to avoid leaking information to mysticism aficionados. Life school of thought. Klein recalled the information he had previously read. The secret organization appeared in the beginning of the current epoch. Its actual origins were unknown, but it was mainly passed down via master and disciple. Their theories and beliefs were hardly known. Klein only knew that they separated the world into 3 layers: the definite rational world, also known as the absolute truth world, the spirits world, and the material world. Rumor had it that the secret organization had once produced a soothsayer. Wasn't that a sequence pathway that corresponded to seer? Confusing. Really confusing. Klein shook his head and saw Adamasol struggle to get up and then wander off to another corner. He reorganized his thoughts and followed behind old Neil. They walked past one stall after another. There were plants like moonflower, fingered citron, night vanilla, and mineral resources like silver, topaz, ruby, and so on. It's really very well equipped, Klein muttered softly. The mysticism aficionados of all ages and genders around him would be stopping, distinguishing, or talking at times. It gave the area a bustling vibe. Walk around on your own. I am going to settle my bill. Old Neil pointed at one of the 2 rooms at the end. All right. Klein nodded without thought. He strolled with his black cane and came before a stall which sold self-made amulets. He took a careful look at it for a while. Just when Klein prepared to speak with the seller, he suddenly heard someone asking the stall behind him, "Is this powder ground from cow teeth pianol?" Cow teeth pianol. Isn't that one of the supplementary ingredients of the spectator potion? Klein thought, then turned around to look at the inquirer. Justice had repeated the formula for the potion several times, so Klein had been left with a remarkably clear impression of the ingredients.